Hello and welcome to another episode of Diplo Strats. I'm your host, CaptainMeme. I am here once again with Ezio. Hi, Ezio.
Hello, hello.
And with a special guest. Hello, special guest. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Chamber. I am a knight driving a car.
That is true. And in the diplomacy world, your greatest achievement in diplomacy is being the first person ever to win a game of 5D diplomacy. Because none of the other games that had started had finished by the time you guys finished yours, right?
Oh, but that was a past life. I'm a new man now. On to bigger and better things.
Yes, onto slightly less confusing things with Imperial Diplomacy here. So this was a game that myself and Chamber played. Ezio did not, and it had a bit of a gimmick with it. So in the past, we've done a game that we prefer not to talk about in general as Russia, where myself and Ezio played tag in, tag out. Basically, we did one phase each. Spring was me, I believe, and fall was Ezio. I can't actually remember, but that game went incredibly well. We absolutely destroyed everyone on the board. We did not. We did absolutely terribly, and it was a miserable experience for both of us. But the interesting thing about that game was we both had access to the other person's press as we were going along, right? We were seeing what the other person was doing, and we were sort of trapped in, unable to talk and shout at the other person going, "What the hell are you doing?" while watching them do the stuff that was tanking one another's games, right? Ezio, I'm sure you have great memories of that game and really enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely. Such great memories.
Anyway, it was such an amazing experience that we figured why not inflict it on 25 different people? Because in that game we were, in fact, actually 50 different people now that I'm thinking about it. Because in that game we were the only people playing tag in, tag out. In this game, everyone on the board was playing tag in, tag out. And it was a little different in this version because we were basing it off a comment I got on that video, which I've tried to find but I have not been able to. So perhaps they deleted it since, of modeling a game around the TV show Severance, which is a world in which people sort of sever their brains so that when they go into work, they become a different person with no memories of being outside of work. When they leave work, they have no memories of what they did inside of work. So they are sort of two completely separate people with no knowledge of what the other person has done. And that was how this game was modeled. Each spring phase, you'd have a spring player, right, who would do their thing. At the end of that phase, they would hand the map over to the fall player, and the fall player would only get the starting map for the fall. They would have no idea what happened in the spring, and they would have no access to the press that happened in the spring. And in fact, these games were so separate that people didn't even know who their partners were. People thought they knew who their partners were, but they turned out to be very wrong. Anyway, Chamber was my partner in this game. And Chamber, you submitted a list of powers you'd like to play at the start of the game, right? Do you remember which ones in general you submitted? Or, well, at least did you have any reasons for them?
Well, I didn't want to go for any large colonial things because I did do one game of Imp Dip before this one, which didn't turn out great. Mainly my fault. I will add to that. So it didn't go well. So I didn't have a good time with a large colonial, and I didn't want to face having to do a whole bunch of press. So I'm like, smaller powers, better for me. So I just basically went from left to right looking at the smaller powers and suggested ones. I can't quite remember the list, but it was just mainly smaller ones that I suggested.
Yeah, that initial Imperial Diplomacy game that you mentioned, you were playing as the Netherlands, if I recall correctly, which is one hell of a power to choose like as your starting power in Imperial Diplomacy. That is potentially the most difficult power on the entire board to play. So I'm not surprised that one didn't go incredibly well, and I think it was It was probably a smart choice to go for the smaller ones on this board. Uh, so which power did we end up as?
We ended up as an American power, the Ute-Shoshone.
Yes.
I think it's pronounced, or something like that.
I think it's Ute-Shoshone. I might be mistaken on that. That's. I guess we'll get tons of comments correcting us. So, do you remember why you wanted to be this power at least?
Well, I knew you had recently went to America. I'm just like, an American power might be interesting, or thematic, and I myself am part American, so
That seems like solid reasoning to me. Yeah, I've never played as a power in the Americas before, outside of like the massive colonials. There are quite a lot of like North and South American powers. There's Inuit up at the top, then Athabasca, Ute-Shoshone, there's Aymara down here. I can't even remember what this one down here is called.
Guarani?
Yes. Yeah. And then we got Mapuche down at the very south. I've never played as any of them, so this was an interesting new experience to me. Looking at this board and looking at Ute-Shoshone's position, my initial instinct was that Great Plains control was going to be absolutely vital. I don't know if you thought the same going in.
Yeah. One thing I did sort of have a look, realized like a week or so after the game is that in diplomacy variants, people like to have dots all in chains because it causes like tension between stuff. Like you want to expand to the next dot. But the thing about Shoshone is that their dots are isolated from a lot, pretty much isolated. There's nothing connecting them dot wise to another power. There's a gap of a blank space I've noticed in between each of the things. So it's not very isolated, but it's more isolated than you think.
Yeah, it's actually really nice, and it does play a pretty big part in this game. You can see that, like, the Chinook, Salish, Siksika, like, that sort of line separates you from Athabasca, and there's no centers in between that you kind of fight over and incline you to go in that direction, right? So you have a pretty natural demilitarized line. The same sort of goes for the sea. They're a bit buffered out from the other powers over there. And Spain, you've got Aquala, which you will both probably be going towards at the start. You've got Apache, so there's a bit more conflict territory there, but there is still some space for a demilitarized zone. So that's a really good thought, just in general. It is quite a nice power for, like, keeping yourself buffered from your neighbors. Yeah. So, Ezio, wanted to throw this over to you. Do you have any initial thoughts on Shoshone as a power? I don't know if you've played in this region before or not.
Same as you, I've only played in here as part of Colonials. That said, when we've done like the Colonial Blitzes, you've put me on North America a couple times. So I think I've been England and France out here. Maybe not France. I don't remember exactly. But between all of them and Spain, I've interacted a lot with the Colonials, with the regionals out here. In general, I actually don't like Shoshone as a power very much. I I just don't like looking at the impassable Sierra Nevadas. I think that they're actually very reasonable defensively. They're quite useful, but I don't like them. Like because you have such a separation between your coastal cores and the rest of your cores. So it just doesn't feel very fun. Um, I feel like I've seen a lot of games where uh, not Athabasca comes down and just snipes coastals, and it's ugly. Um, I also just generally don't like regionals in IMDb anymore. But I think your point about the Great Plains control is a big deal. Like Great Plains is adjacent to like 4 dots by itself, maybe 5 even. Just it's adjacent to a lot of dots specifically, has tons of control, and then gets you flexibility everywhere. It's within a year of just a gajillion dots. So finding ways to keep everyone else around, outside of like keep everyone else out of Great Plains, and you put units in there, you're going to be in great shape. It's just a little bit dangerous to do that while you potentially have hostile units going into Sonora and attacking your cores. But if you can keep that and if you can stay safe, you're in great shape.
Yep. Completely agree. All right, so going into this first turn, this is a chamber turn. You were on spring, I was on the fall. Would you like to talk over the clean map at all here and your thoughts going in, or would you like to have the moves up immediately and talk through those?
I'll briefly talk over the clean map. Yeah. I would say the best thing I came up with, because we all did nicknames for our for the silly server thing, and I come up with Sun Shone as a little pun. I think that was the best thing I did all game. To be fair.
It's so much better than mine.
I did not go for any fancy tricks during this game. It was very the brute force for a summary for my upcoming game. But yeah, I get into the game. I saw Athabasca was being played by someone who I annoyed greatly in my Netherlands game by sticking a Dutch fleet in the Baltic Sea. They were Sweden, and perhaps left that fleet in there a bit too long, in spite of them just tying up many units around Sweden. So he was to my north of me. So, but we didn't hold any grudges. Well, I didn't hold any grudges. I don't know about him. He seemed to not hold any grudges. We suggested we do a DMZ in the Chinook, Salish, Sulcasa sort of Gross Ventura, which seemed fine.
Yep.
Talks with Spain, another fairly easy DMZ like Sonora and Kiora. I'd go for Atahuala, and he'd go down. I think I had initially said that Hawaii would be his, but that plans change in the fall turns, as you may know.
Yeah. Did you so going in first, I also wanted to ask you because like you play a fair bit of normal diplomacy, right? With Veilfisk and the rest of your friends.
Yeah,
And
we've played a fair, yeah.
yeah, Imperial is a bit of a different beast in that there's a lot more people to talk to, right? And obviously you've
Yes.
had a bit of experience with that as the Netherlands, which is a much worse country for that because you do actually have to talk to pretty much everyone on the board. How much of a difference experience was that as Shoshone here? Were you going around talking to everyone on the board or just your neighbors here?
I was very much just regional talk. I was talking to Inuits, Athabasca, France, not so much England, this one, but definitely the Netherlands, Spain. We talked a bit to Tokugawa, across the Pacific. Aymara was very talkative. I think they were talkative to everyone around the board. They're one of the sort of web stringers across the globe, just trying to gather information.
Yeah, so just in general, that is my playstyle as well, and it's very much what I was doing. Just talk to the people around you, right? Technically, if you want to do as well as possible in diplomacy, you should talk to everyone on the board. But like in Imperial, it's really not worth it. It takes so much time, right? And like
Yeah,
90%
I mean,
of the time they're not relevant.
there's 24 other powers. It's like you could spend like an hour every day speaking to all of them, and that would be the whole day.
Yes. So the other thing here, you've mentioned you demilitarized the north with Athabasca, you demilitarized the south with Spain. That seems really solid. I assume you had targets of dots for all of your units, although you said that you wanted Hawaii to go to Spain. So were you aiming for Aleuts with the other fleet, or just nothing?
Well, I was offering Hawaii to Spain, but knowing the game gimmick in mind, I did put a fleet in North Equatorial Current, hoping that my partner would in fact get Hawaii in the fall turn, and basically me saying, "Oh, it wasn't my fault. It was my Fall Guys problem for not brainwaving my intentions." So
Yeah, I'm glad to hear we both took that approach, because there were so many times over the course of this game where I was just like potentially setting something up, and then when you followed through with it, I was just like, oh, I don't know how he could have got that idea. That wasn't something I wanted to do at all, but I've got this extra dot now. Ah, well, right.
Yeah, it's always easier when you've got someone you can lay the blame on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that actually works when you're negotiating with other people who also forget between the spring and the fall.
Yes.
Because obviously, when Meme and I did the trade-off game, it wasn't Severance, and everyone else was normal. And so, this one, that's a really good strategy, and I approve of it.
Yes, it's a lot less easy to claim ignorance of what your partner is doing when you can see all their press. But in this one, we could not see each other's messages, so it's easier to get away with that. I'll go ahead here to the moves themselves, because you already mentioned you put the... Oh, did I skip back? Hang on. You already mentioned you put the fleet in North Equatorial here, right? The fleet going down to Vizcano Bay to take Aqua Ala, and then just moving through to take these 3 dots with the armies. And everyone kept to your deals with them. Everyone kept the DMZs. Were there any points at which you were worried that people wouldn't keep the DMZs or anything like that, or were you just pretty confident?
Again, the guy to the north, we had a bit of tumultuous, a rough relationship on the other game, but I didn't get any vibes that people were looking to stab essentially on the first turn of the year. I think we're all trying to get into the headspace of this game, so we're not doing anything too radical.
So question about the mechanics of this one. You guys are putting in your moves, and so you see what's happening. Do you see the moves that other players input for your same phase?
Yes, so we'll see the move results of our own phases. Basically, when the map gets passed to Chamber, for example, so start of spring phase, Chamber will have the map. He'll get this map as well, the ones with the moves. He'll get the retreats map and the retreats results map, and then it gets handed over to me, and he's blind for the entire fall phase. And I will see then full moves, full retreats, and the start of winter, and then on the winter phase we flip a coin, and one of us gets the winter builds, and that person will see builds. So
Meme, you don't see the spring moves at all. You're just handed a map in the fall.
Exactly, yes. Although at this early stage, it's pretty easy to work out what people have been doing, right?
Yeah, naturally. And technically, it's possible if you were doing a good job tracking the entire board. I think you could know what went on everywhere, but obviously, I know you're not going to do that. So.
Well, I didn't. There was someone, I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been our Aymara, because my side's Aymara was also really talkative, who went through and made this whole map of what must have happened everywhere on the board and just shared it in public chat. And I was like, oh, okay, that's amazing. Well, thank you. If I'd have put all the effort into that, I would have wanted to keep it to myself. Or to just my allies, but hey.
The closest we got on our side with that was somebody did the builds. Just showing where the builds were. I don't think anyone is as dedicated to do all the basically hand adjudicating, figuring out.
Yeah.
It's even worse than hand adjudicating, right? Because you have to go back in time to infer what moves were done, because there's so many options for everything.
Yeah, and there's some things that are just ambiguous, right? You can guess that Vilmarie and Falmouth probably bounced over Mohawk here, but they could just both have held. They could have bounced over Estrie. These fleets could have held, but obviously they bounced. You can guess that from here. So the person who was putting those moves together was, I think it was Aymara, was guessing a lot of these things, and after the second year, they just stopped because they couldn't figure it out anymore or couldn't be bothered. With the builds, it's a bit more obvious because there's only one thing that could possibly have happened on build phase. So, but it's still good to have the map of that and to see where people had built. I honestly was just zoomed into this area, basically just the area around me, basically the whole game, so I didn't even bother trying to work out what had happened elsewhere. Although there are some funny things that end up happening, especially in this area, if I recall correctly, that did get my attention. We'll talk about those when we get to them. But yeah, so, Chamber, is there anything else you want to add for what happened in the spring here?
Well, I think to add, I did think this Severance game was going to be a bit more hardcore in that we wouldn't see like our results. But I suppose thinking about it a bit more, it would make retreats. You'd understand what happened with retreats, and you could see what went through and what didn't. I was thinking you wouldn't be given an orders map. You just submit your orders, then pray for the best.
That would be great as well. Maybe that's an idea for future. But yeah, this one was a bit kinder to the players than that, which was nice, to be honest. All right, so yeah, there will be no retreat phase here. So I assume you were pretty pleased with the results of this phase, looking at what happened.
Yeah, everything seemed to be going well. Everyone kept to their word, and no immediate conflict. It looks like for us.
Perfect. All right. So we will then go ahead to my phase here. Okay. Yeah. So this will be Stars of Fall. Is there a retreat phase? I don't think there's a retreat phase this turn. So this was the map that got handed to me, and this was actually a shock to me for a couple of reasons. The first thing was we weren't told the game had started. When you guys started the game, we were told, okay, it'll start at some point in the next week. Spring will get to make their moves, and then we'll hand it over to you, right? And at the point that they said you would be starting the game, that was when they threw us the map. And so you guys had already played your first moves before we realized the game had started. Which was... It was a funny twist. It also made me a little bit worried about what the mods might be doing as well. And I do need to talk about this briefly because this is something that's quite relevant to what happens to some of the other players in this game, right? That we got a bit of an exemption from. So the mods of this game screwed up the partners on purpose. So people went through and signed up with their preferred partners, right? You were able to sign up together, you just weren't supposed to talk about the game at all. And I think everyone kept to that throughout the game. And what the mods did was they flipped people's partners around, right? They went ahead and said the person you signed up with, that's not going to be who you play with. They might be on the other side of the map. They might be next to you. You might be fighting them and not even realizing it, right? And that came from my idea at the start. I went and pitched this game to the GMs of this game in the first place. They were very happy to set up the whole Severance thing. I need to give a particular shout out to AA Houghton, who adjusted the bot to work with being able to swap it between servers and whatnot. But initially, the idea was just going to be you're going to be with your partner, right? And that was the starting idea. I had thought I would be partnered with Ezio when I came up with this idea. And I thought back to that Russia game and how much Ezio hated being with me. And I thought, wouldn't it be a lot funnier if Ezio was on an adjacent power and thought it was me on the other side, but it wasn't actually me, and then he'd be raging at someone else, and I could just... relax a bit more through the commentary. So I went to the mods and I said, hey, would it be possible if you could swap Ezio for someone else and put him on like an adjacent power to me, and that would be a funny thing for the video? And they said, how about we just do that for everyone? Because that would be a hilarious twist, right? I was like, yeah, fine, that sounds good. And then Ezio couldn't actually make it, right? You were too busy at the time, I think, or you just didn't want to play this variant. I don't remember.
I'm sure I was too busy because this sounded really fun, but I think this was earlier this year, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yes. Started February, I think.
Yeah, and I'm in Olympus, right? And so I think I had Olympus finals or semifinals, not finals, Olympus qualifiers or semifinals going on, plus multiple other games, and I'm trying to keep my diplomacy to like one game of imp dip, and then like one other variant, and then like one or two standard games, and this would break that limit because I already had, I think, 2 games of imp dip going on at the time. So I just couldn't make it in at the time.
Yeah, that's totally fair. But then when
Sorry,
you couldn't,
I also have a full-time job, to be clear.
yes.
Yeah.
So when you couldn't make it, I was like, who else could I find? And I thought back to the fact that Chamber, you had played that Netherlands game of Imperial, and so you had you had tried out Imperial, but I think not in the most ideal of conditions. Playing Netherlands is really not great. So I figured I'd reach out to you and ask whether you wanted to play, and you did. I don't know if you straight up wanted to play or just accepted because it wasn't quite as big of a commitment as that first game was.
Yeah, I think I'm a big EU4 guy, so seeing this, which is essentially EU4 and diplomacy, I've always wanted to try it out. So I tried the Netherlands game, and that didn't go so well. So being given an opportunity to play another game, like lower stakes in like both regards, it's only half the phases, and it's a regional, so it's a good sort of re-dipping my toes into the waters of imp dip.
Yeah.
What's your favorite start in EU4?
I quite like Florence.
Okay.
Oh god, I'm gonna have to try and remember my I haven't played a U4 in years. Florence is somewhere here, right?
Isn't it Italy?
Is it
Yes.
in Italy? Okay. There it is.
It's in the province that says Florence.
Okay, yes, that helps.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh god,
Okay. I think CaptainMeme and I are both like EU4 relative beginners, and so we're both Spain or Portugal gamers.
Yeah, I just hit 4,000 hours today.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
so you're like intermediate.
Yeah.
Does that count as intermediate? Oh
Dude, people at EU4 go crazy, man.
Yes.
I mean, okay, obviously I'm joking. Chamber is definitely the top, whatever, like 1% of total hours spent on it. But when you look at the experience level, they go crazy, man. Anyways,
Well,
I don't want to get too distracted.
I've got multiple friends that have about 4,000, and I've got like a couple into the 5,000. So
Nice.
we're all EU4 gamers initially.
Hype.
Yeah, it's weird
Okay,
to
anyways,
say.
let's not get too distracted. But yeah, that was actually what appealed to me. The colonial aspect of Impidip was the coolest part to me, and because obviously I like the. I'm not going to finish that sentence. But I like the mechanics of EU4.
So yeah, it's weird to say I'm an EU4 beginner, but because I have like 400 hours, it's my second most played game on Steam. But I'm still only comfortable on things like France and Spain because I don't even know how you survive as the smaller powers. There's something to ask off camera. Anyway, so yes, I was playing opposite Chamber all of a sudden, which was awesome. So Chamber agreed to join, and at that point, I went back to the mods and I went, "Hang on a second, can you please not separate me from Chamber? Because it's like, I'm offering you this. I went and offered you this game under the assumption that you'd be playing opposite me, right?" And I think that might have been part of what got you to agree. I don't really want you to be playing opposite like Salt or someone that might be a bit harder to predict. So they said they would keep us together, and then when the mods did this whole thing of like starting the game out of nowhere and lying to us about that, I was a bit worried that maybe you'd been separated from me, and that worry expounded over the course of the game because every other nation that you put on your selection list got brutally demolished. I was like, oh my god, if Chamber actually has been separated from me, he is not having a good time this game.
Yeah, so some nations I did see got rather brutally collapsed in on almost immediately, and it was like dominoes just watching these powers fall.
Yes, I'm not
But
going to...
thankfully, I was with a trusted player of diplomacy the entire time.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of those other
Much less
players had really good powers, had really good players on them. They just didn't do very well, right? But I was absolutely terrified through the game that you had been put on one of those, and I was so glad to see at the end that you were on Shoshone with me.
Yeah, I did sort of think there might be a larger meta level sort of deception by the mods. I didn't quite predict it. I thought, since it was Meme who roped me in, and Meme did the sort of the sign up sheet, I thought, and there's a little thought in the back of my mind thinking, has he gotten someone like Novel to be my number 2 during the entire game? So I've just been playing with Novel or something.
Oh my god. Genuinely, that was something that very briefly occurred to me when I reached out to you. It would be quite funny to put you opposite Novel, but at the same time, I want you to have a good experience in Imperial Diplomacy, and I feel like putting you with Novel would not be a good experience.
Yeah. Novel's a competent player of diplomacy, I think. But he's never played Imp Dip, and
yeah, I don't think that Novel's a bad player, to be fair, but I'm not sure that you two would... I don't know, I feel like every time I've seen you guys together in a video, it has not gone very well.
Well, I think that's mainly we're directly interacting each other. With this game, we would have had the shield of the wonderful mods and GMs that adjudicated this game.
Yeah, maybe that's the secret. Maybe you would work perfectly with Novel if you never had to interact with him. This is something to relay to Vale. Anyway, so I haven't really talked about anything on this phase so far, but I came into this phase like completely shocked that it had started. And then I looked at the map and I was like, this is incredible. This start, I don't need to think about anything, really. These units are all positioned to just go into the dots over here. I'll have Gozu go to Arapaho, Arapaho go to Lakota, Crow go to Asimboini. I've got Aquala for free, which I was shocked at, and Spain was also kind of shocked at, I think, going into that. And the only thing that I have to look at is this fleet in North Equatorial Current and whether it goes to Aleutians or Hawaii. And obviously, I'm also going to the other powers and establishing, like, decent starting alliances and whatnot and going, yeah, we'll work together going forward. But in terms of direct things that I had to negotiate about instantly, this was incredible. And also, like, things like the fact that this was all DMZ, no one even bothered trying to cross this land, it made things so much easier for me. So I was absolutely thrilled with this start. It was great. Unfortunately for me, my initial thought was, okay, which of these two am I going for? I would like to try and go for Aleutians, but then Inuit is in Kivachak, so they are never going to give me Aleutians, right? This is the only place they can possibly go. And I had a conversation with the Inuit player, and they were pretty like, yeah, that's mine. You're not getting in there. If you try and go to Aleutians, we are just going to bounce. And so I turned my attention to Hawaii, and go to the Spain and go, hey, can I get Hawaii? I'd like somewhere to go with this fleet. And they were like, you're already getting Aquala, I think that Hawaii should probably be mine. But at the same time, the Spain was talking to me and saying, I would like a rock-solid alliance here, because I think that Spain going north, or Ute-Shoshone going south, is a really good way to tank both of their games. Neither of them has much room to make any progress, right? So we want some kind of peace on that line. And I had a double benefit of having played a Spain game before, and this Spain player had watched that Spain game, and in it, apparently I had said that as Spain, I hate that war, and as Shoshone, I would hate that war as well. I don't remember saying that at all, but it was great because it meant that the Spain thought that I would 100% stick with them. In fact, I think it might be that Ezio said that in the commentary, actually. Ezio, I assume you agree with that still, right? That Spain-Shoshone war is a bit of a grind for both of them?
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously the map has changed a bit since my Spain game, right? My Spain game didn't include Great Plains, and mine had a nice dot chain across the central United States, so Shoshone could just grab everything, push east, and then slam into the colonials. The Great Plains has changed that significantly. Um, I still think that the Spanish Shoshone War is bad for Spain, but I think it's much better for Shoshone now.
Hmm.
Um, because there's less other juice to go for in the area.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But at the same time, I was obviously not going to say that. I'm just saying, yeah, I completely agree. It would be pretty terrible for either of us to attack each other, so I'm very happy to lock in 100% with you. And then I try to use that as leverage to get Hawaii. I'm like, you want your ally to be strong, right? I would like to get the 5. I'm pretty sure my partner won't go for you either, because clearly we made some kind of agreement that Aquala would be. I don't think that Spain and Shoshone would open in this way if there was tension between them, right? That Spain wouldn't just give Aquala to Shoshone for free. So I think that both sides of us will be pretty strongly aligned. You've got builds absolutely everywhere, right? You probably don't need Hawaii. And they weren't the most happy about that argument, but they did eventually concede to it. So they let me into Hawaii, which is pretty awesome. You can see here, we end up getting the double, which is actually something that's pretty rare for me in MDIP these days. It's what you always want to aim for, but I have a tendency to always miss out on one. So this was better than my usual performance. And well done, Chamber, for that setup. That was awesome.
Mm-hmm. Well,
yeah, just
I
gonna
think
say, locally in North America, this start looks to be practically perfect for Shoshone. So very nicely done, and that's all in the spring. So Chamber got you guys off to a perfect start.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think me promising Hawaii to the spring, so um, promising Spain Hawaii in the spring would mean that he wouldn't want to contest in the Sea of Cortez, so that's why we just got Aqua Ala for free there.
Yes. I think that's absolutely true. It was fantastic. And Spain actually even ends up going out to NPO. This was because we talked and we were like, how do we send a good signal that we're working together? Well, one of them is that someone takes Hawaii, because obviously if we bounce over Hawaii, that's a pretty good signal that we're not working together. But if Spain just decides to go through to NPO, I think that sends a huge signal that Shoshone and Spain are aligned, right? Because Spain clearly trusts me not to go into Belanga Ridge. So Spain ends up going through to the North Pacific here, and we take Hawaii. It's just fantastic. And then we get the coin flip for the winter. In fact, I guess we get retreats first, but the retreats don't actually matter that much. You can see there's some in this area, but nothing relevant to us. Everyone's been pretty peaceful in the first year. And then we go into winter. And so each winter phase, there will be that coin flip that determines which side, either fall or spring, gets the builds on that phase. And on this first one, I believe it's me. Yeah, so you can see I'll put a little icon here to show who has control of this phase. So you get a little bit more time to relax, right? I don't know if do you prefer to have control over the build phase, or did you prefer to be able to push that off to the other person and then just see what happens on the next turn?
I mean, it's kind of a bit of both. Immediately I liked not having the responsibility to reopen negotiations, but the extra time that winter gave me did sort of allow more time for negotiations.
Yeah. If you don't have control over the builds, then your partner kind of often gets to decide which direction you're pointing in. For the most part in this game, I tried to give as many options as possible while I was building, but there were certainly some phases where I made a build that I think forced your hand in some way or another. Right? I don't know if you felt the same way or not.
Probably, but I can't quite remember what phases that would have been.
That's fair. We will get to them, I think. So on this phase, I'm looking at builds, and like here, the main question that you have for builds, obviously, when you've doubled here, the inland centers, you are always going to build armies in. There's not really a question there, unless you want to delay a build to a future turn to get an extra fleet on the board, but honestly, I prefer getting the units there up front, right? And so the
if
real
you're not
question...
going at least +2, you got problems, and you only have 2 coastal spots, so you should be able to put down 2 fleets every turn if you want.
Yeah, exactly. The question is really, do you want to put down multiple fleets or just one here? And both of my neighbors, both of my regional neighbors, Inuit and Athapaska, are pushing for me to only build one fleet because they don't want to see me out at sea very much. Both of them are pretty weak to sea invasions, so Athapaska is pretty buffered from everything, right, on the sea, but that also means they have some trouble getting fleets out in the first place, and they only get to take Chilcotin, their core on this front, in the first year, so they don't get to build there, so Shoshone has the opportunity to get into Cascadia Basin or Yakutat Bay before they can even build a fleet there. So they want to make sure that that's not a possibility, right, and Inuit just wants to be the dominant fleet power at this point, and so would prefer that I leave the fleets in their hands, right? And I would really prefer to build 2 fleets here. I think it's important to get some kind of fleet control, and to, you know, have some leverage over what's going on in the seas, or a bit more leverage. But at the same time, if both of my neighbors are asking me not to put down the second fleet, I don't really want to annoy them in that way. Although I would be throwing it over to the spring phase, and maybe the spring phase don't think the same, right? It's a bit difficult to consider in this specific game. But what I end up doing... Sorry, go on.
One of the things that I want to touch on there is, as you saw with Spain, making deals that are short-term sacrificial to appease other people in this mode in particular seems really tough. Like, Spain agreed, hey, I'm not going to contest Aquaala this phase because you've agreed to give me Hawaii in the next one. And then your partners won't know that you've made that deal at all. And then even if they do know that even if then we're going to look back on it and we're going to see how the Shoshone-Spain relations deteriorated, but even if it escalates into open war half the time, there's no guarantee that there's actually going to be ramifications every turn. So pissing people off is a lot more effective because you're only getting blowback half the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. So maybe I should have just gone ahead and put down 2 fleets, but Athapaska...
Oh, especially because you're fogged. Yeah.
Yeah. Athapaska went ahead and pitched something interesting to me, which was that if I wave the fleet completely, and they wave one of their units in turn, that would send a signal to Spring that we've both agreed to do this together, right? And therefore we're both allied. I thought that's a pretty good thing. I would like to make sure that Spring has the option to stay allied with Athapaska, right? And hopefully Athapaska stays allied to me. And they said if they were able to get the builds on the next turn, they would be happy to put down a fleet in Chipewyan at the end of the next year. I'm like, okay, that would be incredible, because that sort of hard pitches them against Inuit. They weren't willing to do it this phase, and it's a bit of a dubious thing to promise, because they also can't guarantee that they'll have control of the winter builds. But if it's possible for that to happen, I would really like that to happen. So at this point, I agree with them. Okay, I'm going to wave one of my units here, you wave one of yours, and then hopefully that gives Spring a message that we're working together. I didn't actually mind too much if we don't end up working together, but it at least going into the fall, then I can say to him, "Oh, it's not my fault if we were fighting, right?" So I'll go ahead and show the moves here. Well, not the moves, the builds. You can see I build that one fleet here, and don't build in Miwok. And in return, Athapaska doesn't build a unit in Ute-Shoshone. Inuit throwing down as many fleets as possible all over the place, right? And this was a little annoying to me, the army in Nueva Vizcaya. I had asked Spain not to put down armies in this area, but they decided to anyway. Which, again, as Ezio said, I couldn't retaliate to it, right? And Chamber wouldn't have known that we made that agreement, so it's probably a good play on their part. All right.
Yeah, 'cause I think about it, it's particularly effective for the fall players, because if the spring players do it, then the spring player sees the build didn't happen, or the build was lied about, and then can immediately make a move. But if the fall players have control, then there's that delay
Yes.
between builds and when the moves can happen, when the ramifications can come, so it delays even more.
Yeah. All right, so then we go back into the spring, and this has been thrown back over to Chamber. So you go ahead and you see that I've missed one of my builds here. I'm wondering what your first reaction to that was.
I mean, obviously, I'm not like pretty new to diplomacy, but it's just like waving a build is like not a strategy that I regularly think of. So immediately it's just like, oh, one less to sort of play around with. That's a bit annoying, but I think me and Athabaska did see that we both waved a build here, seeing like, oh, we probably want to work together. Our fall guys are showing us that there's want to sort of build up trust between us two. So I could see where you were coming from with the waving of the fleet there, because I forgot to mention this earlier, but there was talk of like a native sort of triple between us, Athabaska, and Inuits. So seeing that a fleet wasn't built there was an example of how we want to work together. That's what I saw.
That seems fair. I'm kind of curious on the because the native triple was also something that we considered on our side of things. It didn't really go anywhere fast. It was just sort of something that was generally pitched, but then in the private conversations we were pretty much continually going, we're going to have to take out one of the other three at some point, right? Did it gain traction on your side, or was it just a bit of a throwaway thing?
It was very much well, we could see where it goes. None of us were like fully on board immediately. We were all reserved about the idea. We're gonna see where it developed, but there was no like talks of we need to kill this guy as soon as possible. Well, not yet immediately.
So going into this phase, do you want to talk through what your thoughts were here, just in general?
I saw that we doubled, which is very nice. I definitely want to continue being friends with Spain and Athabaska here. So I like to call this the spring of bounces, because me and Athabaska and Spain organized bounces everywhere just to show that we want to work together. We're neighbors. We have areas of the world that we want to deal with. But then there were other bounces with the Inuits, which sort of showed pretty soon that they were not to be trusted, because those were not planned bounces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I remember seeing the orders for the coming in and seeing that the Inuits tried to go into NEC and the Pacific, which I miraculously was able to bounce without me knowing that they were going to stab me.
Okay, that was something interesting, because I guess I'll talk about that a bit more when we get through to my turn, but you bounce them in the Pacific, you're saying, as well?
Yes.
Okay.
That was not planned.
Oh, from
yeah.
Koryax, yeah. that's incredible, frankly, because obviously the Pacific is a high seas province. There's 5 different options, well, 4 with the Spanish in there. Just randomly getting the correct one to bounce them out is huge.
Yeah. Thankfully, that took a lot of the wind out of their sails for the stab that they tried to go for. They did manage to get into Alakashak, which it's fine. It could have been a lot worse if everything they wanted did go through. They would have been boarding many of our SCs.
Yeah, so they get into the Gulf of Alakshak here. I'm seeing the bounces that you arranged in Kiowa and Salish. It looks like you are managing to mobilize into
Yeah,
the Great
I don't
Plains.
think the bounce in the Great Plains was organized with Spain. I think that was also by chance. But as you can see, they were not so much stabbing me as trying to get to Cherokee, I think.
Yeah. Did you have your eyes on any specific dots at this point, or was it just a case of I'd like to keep myself as safe as possible for the moment?
I think I was definitely looking my eyes going east, trying to see what I could capitalize with the fairly fractured East Coast at the moment.
Oh, yeah. So as in, if I recall correctly, England just gets brutally murdered in this early stage of the game. I guess it's a bit of a spoiler to say that, but it's also just, it's not 100% relevant to us, right? Because it's happening elsewhere. You'll probably just see it in the background as we go. But I guess that's the sort of direction you ended up wanting to go.
Yeah. I just figured heading east, there's lots of factions. I'd be able to sort of play around wheeling and dealing, seeing what moves I can make with a bunch of people on the East Coast before it becomes like just one person controlling it, which would be much harder to take down.
Yes. I'm also super interested up here, right? Because Inuit makes the stab on you, trying to go into North Equatorial and Alakshak in North Pacific. They also go into Hudson Bay at the same time, which seems pretty aggressive towards Athabasca. Did Athabasca mention anything about that, or was it like...
Yeah, I think we both saw Inuits to be rather like eclectic and erratic in their sort of negotiations. So it's like a lot of short messages. It didn't feel like long thought out long messages like you'd get with some people. It's more like bullet points, sort of like negotiation style. I don't know if there's like much of a distinction between the two, but
There absolutely can be, yeah. I think you definitely get the vibe of what kind of player it is through the press, right?
yeah.
Alright, so, yeah, this is... I don't think we're positioned after this phase to really take any other dots, but we do have safety from all of our neighbors, and I think that's a super important thing going into the next phase. It's like, are we positioned such that we've declared war on anyone, or that we're, like, in the clear on the negotiation side, right? Are we friendly with everyone? And going into the next phase, it did look like we were fairly friendly with our neighbors, apart from Inuit, which is pretty important. I like the bounce strat in that sense. There's also some degree of, we maybe could have committed in a direction here, but I think you made a good call by not doing that, because if we had done that and then got stabbed by Inuit at the same time, we're in a really bad situation, right?
Yeah, I am a fairly reactive player, so I tend to see what happen, try and see what other people are up to first, then make decisions around that, rather than maybe taking the initiative and pushing in a direction.
I think that's a solid way to play a lot of the time. Oh, one question here. Paiute to Chemehuevi. Was there a particular reason for that one? Because that confused me.
I think I might have wanted to ferry that across the Pacific at some point.
That makes sense.
Because I figure an army Paiute takes a long time to get east, and going via sort of Sonora isn't really I didn't consider viable because I didn't want to break DMZ stuff. So moving it down towards the Pacific to maybe have a convoy in the future, I thought was the best option.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, and it also, I probably would have been more aware of that if you hadn't ended up bouncing in North Pacific, because my inclination was that you'd held in Hawaii to make sure that Spain couldn't go in, right? I didn't realize that you'd bounced there. That's pretty, it's pretty unlikely.
Yeah. I think I'd even, this turn, I even said that I was going to hand over Hawaii, but...
oh, so that was agreed. The
I
Spanish
think that might have been agreed.
Okay, that makes sense because I guess you had agreed with Spain that they could have Hawaii in the first place.
Yeah. But again, it's like if I go into Hawaii, if I get into NPO and there's a fleet in North Equatorial Current, maybe Meme would see that Spain dotted, and it'd be like, oh, can you hand Hawaii back in the fall so it just come back to us or something?
That is absolutely what I would have tried to do. So it's a good call. Anyway, is there anything more you want to talk about your phase here?
I don't think so. I'm still talking to people, not making any huge stab ideas to anyone as of yet.
Yes, playing reactively, it's a good way to make sure you are not the one being attacked. Although, well, it's a good way to make sure that if you are the person being attacked, you have a good shot of getting other people on your side, because you look like the defendant, the like good person in the situation, right? Let's go ahead then, and we get the retreats, which there are none in our region. Because not everyone is peaceful. There's a lot going on this coast, right? But no one is, like, throwing a huge number of units at each other. The only person who did was Inuit, and they got bounced everywhere, or almost everywhere. So, no retreats on this phase. We go into the 4 moves here. Oh, before we go over Ute-Shoshone, I did want to say, coming back to this, on the next turn in the Caucasus, in Derbent, Tiflis, like, the Safavid units just everywhere here, and the Ottoman units up ahead of them was really funny, and no one understood how the hell this had happened. And it probably wasn't relevant to you, right? I can't imagine you looked at this. God, that looks like it was actually arranged between Safavids and Ottomans to just have the Ottomans walk up and the Safavids walk in behind them, which is absolutely absurd. And I think on the very next turn, Safavids just stabs them or something. I don't remember what happens over here, but it became a bit of a meme in the chat that the Ottoman just came back and went, how the hell are all my centers gone?
I think the bigger thing concerning the Ottomans was like them managing to get split in the first year. I think it's split. Trieste, maybe.
Oh, as in they didn't manage to pick that up. That's...
Yeah.
I do not remember
I think that's the first sign of us seeing, like, Austria is about to get bodied.
That makes sense. Again, I wasn't paying enough attention to this region, and I think you weren't either, so we won't be looking at it that much through the course of the game, but it was quite funny to see people's reactions in chat to what things that their partners had done, like, throughout. Alright, so, coming into the 4 moves then. This is my turn. It has now been handed over to me. And I look at this and I start panicking because Inuit has clearly moved against us in some way. It's like, okay, we would only have not gotten into North Equatorial Current if they attempted to bounce us out, right? And the fact that they went into Gulf of Lagchak at the same time, this is a really bad sign. So I think Inuit has mobilized against us. It's clear that we've got some kind of pact with Athabasca, but I wouldn't be surprised if Athabasca go in with Inuit against us at this point, because they have the opportunity to do it, and it would be a good way to crack us. They don't have a massive amount of opportunity to go and take the Inuit dots because they don't have fleets to do so. So I was very worried here. But I get talking to the Inuit player, and the Inuit player is like, okay, look, I can pivot my stuff into Yakutak or Cascadia here. I would prefer that we don't go to war, because I think that in order for Inuit to have a good game, they need to take out Athabasca. I was like, okay, hell yeah, that's what I needed to hear. And I go to Athabasca and go, look, Inuit is in Hudson Bay. They're in Gulf of Lagchak. It's pretty clear that they're hostile to one or both of us. We should try and work together against that. And Athabasca goes, yes, sure, that sounds good to me. I'm gonna move my units against Inuit, and you can help out when you can get units there, right? And so then I have this bit of a choice where Inuit comes to me and goes, well, I'm gonna need your help against Athabasca. Can you break your DMZs in Salish and Gross Venture or Six Seeker and just get into position to hit them? And Athabasca doesn't actually need anything from me immediately, except for me not contesting a Ojibwe, which I think is perfectly fair. I don't think I can really do that. Well, I could tap Winnipeg and ask France to tap a Shinnebeck and then try and work with France to take it, but realistically that's not going to happen, right? So the choice here is really, do I jump in on Athabasca with Inuit, or do I work with Athabasca and do nothing, essentially, and let them go in on Inuit? And the way these two players were talking to me made me think that both of them were telling the truth, which is pretty good. I think I did take precautions and move Yokuts up to Miwok in any case, but I was just... in general, I thought they were both telling the truth to me. So in the end, I decide to not go for Athabasca. And after this phase, you can see Inuit has now pivoted into Cascadia Basin here, and they've actually moved back with some of their units, right? They tried to get into NPO and failed, which leaves them in position to go for a still, if they really want to, but they've clearly gone for Athabasca, right? And the 4-player will see that they've gone for Athabasca hard. They went into Chipewyan and whatnot. And this Inuit was a bit annoyed with me that I didn't follow through on what I said I would do, right? Going into Salish and Gross Ventura. But the nice thing is that that doesn't really matter, because it's about to get thrown over to the Spring players, and they don't know that I had the deal to go into those dots, right? They just see that Inuit committed against Athabasca, so they'll probably approach you for help. That was my thinking, at least. I'm curious whether you would have made the same decision in this position chamber. Like, would you have stayed out of these dots while Inuit went in, or would you have gone in and tried to crush them?
I think I would have stayed out, because it helps, because I think a lot of it is psychological, because if once you enter one of these DMZ provinces, it gets colored in your color, and that's like a stain on your reputation. Like, you broke the DMZ and it's clearly visible, and it's going to be visible for essentially the rest of the game, if it's not pushed back or something. I think I would have done what you have and stayed with Athabasca.
Nice, yeah. I guess also on top of that, you had good relations with Athabasca and not good relations with Inuit, right? So that...
yeah, probably. That did make the decision easier.
Yeah, Ezio, I'm curious about you as well. Would you have chosen to jump Athapaska here or not?
No. Inuit moved against you. They're in the Gulf of Isla Shack or whatever that one is.
Yeah,
So yeah, I think this was the right call. Anything you can do to get your two neighbors to fight each other seems perfect, and you did a great job with that. So yeah.
nice. I was actually quite curious on you because I thought that you might take the opposite option because going for Athapaska here does get Shoshone quite a lot of dots, right?
Yeah, it probably would. But I'm not at all like just looking at the board, I'm not convinced that Inuit is actually going after Athapaska. I don't think I would have committed so fully to the Great Plains as you did. Um, like I would have probably positioned myself to stab Athapaska if Shoshone, if Inuit and Athapaska commit to each other like this. Whereas these moves just look to me like we're committing against Spain. Um, but I mean, if we can beat Spain, that's fine, and our neighbors are just gonna get off our backs.
Yeah. Yes, so on the Spain front, I realize I didn't talk about this at all. But Spain and I had some interesting negotiations over Cherokee. They did not want me to take Cherokee. At first, they were saying they needed it to get through into the English dots, right? And I was saying I don't really have that much other expansion at the moment. I would really like to take it just to get one build here. And they sort of then, after a lot of debate there, they eventually said, okay, you can have it if you give up Hawaii for it. And I was like, well, that doesn't give me a build. That's not helpful, right? I think I'd prefer Hawaii. And then after a lot more negotiation, they kind of went, yeah, I guess you can have Cherokee if you really want it. But they said it in such a way that I was fairly sure that they weren't actually going to give me Cherokee. So I was like, okay, well, I guess we have to commit at some point to a direction. Maybe we can get, well, I can see that we can get at least some Spanish dots out of an attack right now. And if we're gonna stick with Athapaska, this feels like our best option. So I just decided to, send it and go into Great Plains as much as possible, get ready to attack Apache, bounce Spain out of Cherokee, and go to Sonora and Sea of Cortez. And then, of course, sorry, the phase goes through and I see, oh wait, Spain actually did just support me into Cherokee. So I was completely wrong about what their intentions there were. And I had to send a very apologetic message saying, I'm sorry I was being paranoid and whatnot. I really genuinely didn't think you were going to give me Cherokee. And at this stage, I was mostly saying that to try and prevent some army builds in this area, right? They could only really build in Saltillo and St. Augustine, but they are a colonial, so they could do that. But then it turned out it didn't matter because it wasn't my side that got the builds, in any case. So, when we then go through into the winter phase here, this then goes to you, Chamber, and you see this position as it gets handed back to you. Any initial thoughts?
This does seem very anti-Spain to me when it's handed over back. Technically I had lied about handing over Hawaii, but there was no major upsets of our relationship up until now, which I can see 5 units on the Spanish border here, and go like, okay, I'm seeing this as a sign we want to go south now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking we still have we get 2 builds because we waived one last time. So I'm thinking it's fairly sensible to get that fleet out from earlier, and another army out into the Great Plains, just to secure our position. Because again, the Great Plains does seem to be like the main core strength around this part of the Americas.
Yeah.
Build one in army in Arapaharo and a fleet in Yokuts.
Yeah. So we can go forward and see those builds here. I do think I screwed you over a fair bit with the committing against Spain here, because I then put you in a position where you would have to try and talk Spain out of building those armies. I don't think there was any chance that you could have done that on that side, like seeing what what had happened here, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, the tactic of please, you can trust me, don't build armies here, it doesn't really work, or didn't really work, unfortunately.
Always worth a shot, though. Hey, I
Yeah.
promised that was just my partner. I'm gonna be with you 100%.
Yeah, I think it said something like that, but
Yeah,
they
but
didn't
that's
take the
not
bait.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god. Alright, but yeah, so, and also I kind of screwed you over here because I think you had pretty great relations with Spain before this, right? And presumably here they get shot. Because
Yeah, this is a downward trajectory for relations with Spain, I think.
as attacking them so often is.
Mhm.
The other thing that I notice here is Inuit ends up taking off their unit in Cascadia Basin. Which did you like? What kind of discussions did you have with these northern powers after this?
I'm still pretty committed to being friends with Athabasca here. So seeing Cascadia Basin was disbanded from the Inuits, I found all right. It took off a unit that was fairly close to a center, so I didn't need to worry about that.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I think in this spot I would have preferred to see it stay on just so that these two are still heavily committed against each other, right? But it coming off isn't bad if you think that you can 100% trust Athabasca, because they will probably move these units away.
Yeah, I do know, like, Athabasca did not like Inuits this game, so I was fairly certain that those two would be embroiled for a while, I think.
Yeah. Fun fact as well, my side Inuits did not like your side Inuits very much either, at least from the moves. They always came in going, what the hell is my friend doing on the other side? We'll see more of that as we go forward, I guess. So you've made these builds now. I will go ahead and move here to the clean map. You are somewhat committed against Spain now. Did you have any, how did the phase go for you?
I am fairly committed against Spain, but obviously I'm trying to talk to Spain like, oh, we can de-escalate things. We don't have to follow in the footsteps of our fall brothers. But at this point, it's just like, I can see, because they've not got a whole lot of units in Mexico. A lot of their units are in the east, around Cherokee. So there is sort of like a unit imbalance, but we've got. I feel like we can push into Mexico with the units we got over in the west, and I'll let them have Cherokee for like a turn, and we can push back. Cherokee's like fairly isolated anyway, so I'd give up Cherokee to have the ability to push into Mexico.
Seems like a good idea. Like, Cherokee is really difficult to hold. Yeah. Were there any considerations about the north, about like these Inuit fleets up here? Were you worried about those?
Yeah, I mean, I did see that they were, they did do the stab, but I think they were a bit more concerned with Athabasca at this point, so I was fine to not do anything hugely committal against them. I'd put a fleet out in me walk into NEC as like a defensive move, but I didn't think to go hard into Inuits this phase, because I didn't feel like we have the fleets to do that at this point.
Yeah, I mean that's very fair. Inuit has a pretty strong fleet advantage here. So yeah, was there anything else you wanted to go over, or shall I move over to see the moves here?
I think that's it. Yeah.
All right. Let's see how the moves go. So, you do manage to take New Wave of Vizcaya, nice, and bounce them out of Kiowa. You managed to take Apache as well. This is actually a fantastic turn. Getting into 2 of the Spanish dots here. We do lose Cherokee, but that was kind of predictable, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then everything on the north is still DMZ'd. It's still that neutral color, right? That's fantastic.
Yep. Again, I think Athabasca just disliked Inuits more, so it was a fairly easy decision for them to go into Inuits.
Yes. And Athabasca are actually doing really well out of Inuits on this turn. They walk into Chipewyan, right? And they have an attack on both Iqaluit and Sulik with this. They could choose either, which means that either this fleet needs to cover, like they both need to cover both of these dots, or they have to take 50-50. So just generally really nice for Athabasca coming out of this. Like, did you have any more thoughts about the moves, or do you want to move along?
No, I think I'm just resolute in being anti-Spain at this point.
That seems very fair, given that's the position I've set you up in. And, like, going into the next phase, I did then do the thing with Spain of, oh, darn, I was really hoping we could peace out, but it looks like my partner has put us in has put me in 2 of your dots. And, like, I think that I can't really give those up now, because that would be... I think I would need to take those to make sure that I'm doing what my partner wants me to. But then maybe we can peace out after that, right? We can sort things out from there. This Spain was not happy with me at all. As you can probably imagine. And so I'm trying to remember what I did this phase. I honestly... Oh, was this... I think this might have been the phase that I do the thing with Athabasca. So I'm going to go straight ahead to the moves, because I don't actually remember whether it was this turn. It was. Okay. So on the Athabasca front, Athabasca and France had agreed to bounce in Ojibwe, and both of them had told me about this bounce in Ojibwe. And I was like, okay, yeah, that's fine. It's whatever, right? You can go ahead and do that. But then at the same time, France and Athabasca were talking a lot about working together against Inuit and like kicking them out of this area. I was seeing that Inuit is going to do quite badly this phase. Athabasca has a good chance of getting quite a lot here. They don't end up getting it because Inuit manages to guess quite well against them. But they had some potential to go quite positive here. And if they're solidly locked in with France, I don't know that I love that position for us, right? I would really like to make sure that they're pointed against France, if anything, here. So I decided to support them in this bounce into Ojibwe. And they didn't know this support was coming. They didn't like the fact that this support was given. But I figured, hey, that might make the spring version of Athabasca a bit more likely to attack France, because it's clear that their fall partner didn't trust France and covered Ojibwe from them, right? So that was the thought process behind that one. On the Spain front, I'm trying to remember how this went exactly. I think this was Spain coming to me and saying we should actually peace out. I know that the Spain was not happy with me, and you can see as much from the fact that they try and put Inuits into Hawaii, right? And I do counter that. But over on this front, I was like, I'm going no further than this. I think they asked if we could... Oh, God. Sorry, it's been too long since I did this phase. But I'm like fairly certain that they wanted to peace out here and just go up and attack this area here. And they asked that I give them Nueva Vizcaya back in return for that. And I think I said yes and then didn't trust that they were doing anything like that. So I just put myself back in Cherokee and decided to try and hold on to everything. And they actually did what they said they would. This is a bit of a repeated theme through this game with me and Spain, in that I am not certain that they're going to do the things that they say, and they end up doing it more often than not. So, yeah, we end up holding Nueva Vizcaya, which is kind of amazing. They could have tapped Apache from this side to get it back. Tap Apache, tap Sonora, and then go in from Saltillo and cover Saltillo with Gulf of Mexico. But in order to do that, they would have had to have less of a focus on Caribbean, so I think they just decided to do it this way. And we end up coming out of this with a pretty good turn, I think, going +2 in this area, and not losing anything, including Cherokee. So yeah, that is where we end up. You can also see here that I trust my Athabascan player a lot less than you trust yours, in that I think you probably wouldn't have covered Assiniboine here, right?
Yeah, I don't think I would have done that. I think I would have tried. Well, yeah. I mean, I think I might have, because it is the same amount of turns to get into the Great Plains. So it's just like, I think I did do moves similar to that in future, and I don't think it was seen as being distrustful of Athabasca. It was just like, oh, I'm heading to the Great Plains, so why not go via one of the dots that I own?
Yeah, very fair. It's basically the same thing as what I would have done, but for a very different reason, right? This is not because you distrust Athabasca on your side. In my case, it was very much because I wasn't 100% sure that Athabasca wouldn't just stop me here. So I end up covering that dot. And then as we go through, I think I end up with builds on this phase. Yeah. And we have a +2. Athabasca ends up having a +1. Can't remember what Athabasca says they would build, but I think this might be the phase where I put down an army in Shoshone. Yeah. Over here. And I was debating a lot about this because the Athabasca on this side, obviously, we had an agreement that I wouldn't build in Shoshone, and Shoshone kind of shows that that I want this to not be DMZ'd anymore. There's no real reason why you would build here otherwise, right? But I was thinking this might be the opportunity to go in on Athabasca if we need one. There won't really be a better chance than this. And as Ezio's mentioned before, as the fall player, I'm resolved of a lot of responsibility from my build decisions, because I can just make the build and then throw it over to you and then deal with whatever fallback there or fallout there is when it comes back to me when it's cooled off a bit, right? So I end up putting this army in Shoshone here on the build phase, and then throwing it back over to you. So you end up coming back to this in this position. What were your initial thoughts?
Trying to think. I think I've discovered that I'm pretty easily influenced, because I think after seeing a build in Shoshone here, I think I do decide, okay, well, the attack in Mexico went out pretty well, and that was per Meme's discretion. So he's obviously telling me to push into Athabasca here. So why not go north as well? I thought Mexico was doing pretty well. We managed to keep Cherokee and get Apache and Nueva Vizcaya here, and I thought that's a masterclass by Meme. So who am I to judge Meme's decision here to go north?
Yeah,
I gotta say, you're a better partner for Meme than I am.
Someone who actually trusts my decisions. Well, I
suspect it's gonna go much better than our Russia game did.
Potentially. But I feel bad in that if you did trust your Athabasca that much, you're kind of I'm cutting off both of the people you trusted here, right? With the decisions that I've made. With that build positioning you to go north, and the attack on Spain positioning you to go south, right? But you you end up thinking that it's correct to do so anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I did see the fleet build by them in Chilcotin, which I thought that's not great. I mean, they do need like a fleet to help in the north against Inuits, but it would have to go through a Lancashire, and that does sort of pass through Miwok, which does concern me a little.
Yeah. It just gives a better angle for attack on us if they ever choose to, right? Because if they do it when they have no fleet on this front, they're pretty restricted in where they can go. They basically can't take Miwok ever without a fleet. But I think the fleet was actually pro us, the build. It was supposed to go just out to Inuit. But obviously I kind of screwed Athabasca over, so maybe it wasn't going to go out to Inuit anymore after that. With this build.
Yeah.
Also, the way that build goes after Inuit, most of the time it's going to go through that gulf, which it borders you. So, yikes.
Yes. So, do you want me to move to the moves here, or do you have more to talk about? Okay. Yeah. The other, I completely forgot to mention this as well. A big reason why I made that Shoshone build as well is that I don't actually see us getting that much more out of Mexico from this position. We can get a little bit, right? We can probably push on Saltillo and Chichimacha and such, but it's really difficult to push further than that without a lot of fleet power, or at least some support from the Caribbean, which we don't really have. So we do need another angle of attack on someone, and like this feels like the best direction to go for Dodds. So I think I know I kind of set up the moves in this phase by making that build in the first place, but I do think that the moves you made were the best moves that we can make here. I'm kind of curious, Ezio, whether you would say the same.
I mean, wait, are you saying that you wouldn't go after Athabasca?
No, I'm saying that it was correct to go after Athabasca because there isn't much more room for getting dots down here, right?
I mean, I think I wish there was a way to have telegraphed the Athabasca war less. And if we're going after Athabasca now, then we definitely should have found a way to stab them when they were at war with Inuit.
I mean, they are still at war with Inuit, kind of. It's just less, like...
You're right. This is still war with Inuit. Inuit's not in Hudson Bay, and, like, Athabasca has the upper hand now, whereas you could have stabbed him when Athabasca was still getting beat up. I think this is just a war, and as long as the colonials just completely ignore you forever, then this will be fun. I think it's odd. I don't think any of you guys have spoken about France.
Yeah,
Did I just miss that?
Chamber, what were your relations with France like?
We're cordial, like, but just like they wanted to sort of stay within the East.
Okay.
And
you said, sure, stay out of our hair, we'll stay out of yours. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty identical to what it was like on my side as well, to be honest. They were very happy to leave us alone if we left them alone, was the main thing there. But yeah, so Ezio, was there a reason you asked about that one in particular, or...?
I mean, just if we're fighting Athabasca, I see just a whole bunch of blue with like a gajillion armies right along that border. I also noticed that Athabasca and France have had some coordination historically, and in this phase, even as we move against them, we're seeing this coordination. So, our war against Athabasca, I think we should stay focused on the West to stay away from France, because I don't expect we're going to get French support.
Yeah, that makes sense. I see the support hold on Ojibwe as well. Yeah. So Chamber as well, is there anything you want to talk about specifically about the moves here? Or about how things went down?
Nothing specific. I think it's just like me trying to rearrange units so we'd have a better attack angle on Mexico, and that's going a bit rough. So I can't see why it is starting to get bogged down in Mexico.
Mhm. Yes, managed to hold everything there though, which is good. We do lose Hawaii on this turn, but there wasn't really very much we could do about that. We could throw a support hold from North Equatorial, but I think you're correct to go to Alakshak. It's just so much better, right, for the direction that we're going. And yeah, unfortunately we lose Cherokee at the same time, which I think it's a really difficult province to keep, as we've mentioned before. But actually, you could have kept it here if you had guessed the other way around on the 50-50, which there's no way for you to reasonably guess that.
Well, I'm not sure. I would have liked Spain in the Great Plains here because it borders so much.
Yes. I think this is just better than if you had guessed the other way around, actually. Because you can retreat Cherokee into the Great Plains, right, to fill the extra slot, and they're not adjacent to Assiniboine or Arapaho. Would be pretty awful. So yeah. Alright. So, I will go ahead and move through to the next turn then. It's worth noting you did make a bit of progress against Spain getting into the Sea of Cortez here. But it is slow progress from this point on. Okay, so there is an important retreat here. Well, two retreats from us, right? We've got the Hawaii retreat and the Cherokee retreat. Cherokee retreat goes where I would expect it to, into GPL. Here you have the choice of going to North Pacific or North Equatorial, which I think both have advantages and disadvantages. Is there a reason you chose North Pacific over Equatorial?
I wanted a way of tying down like the two fleets there, and this was the best way I could think of maybe tying down two Spanish fleets with one of ours.
I think that's a really good one, especially because there's no Spanish fleets adjacent to Galapagos. Now, did you notice that when you were making this retreat?
Yeah, that did help. It just like if they want to take it back in like the next year, they'd have to move like Berlanga Ridge down to like into Guatemala Basin or the North Pacific. So that's sort of tying down Spanish fleets. That's my rationale behind it.
Yeah, it's a really nice one, especially as the only other person in NPO is Inuit, who we're ostensibly working with now, right? And I have pretty decent relations with Inuit on my side of things. So hopefully we can figure out who goes to Galapagos and not bounce each other there. Hopefully, being the operative word. Alright, so anything you want to say to wrap up this phase before we go to the next, or shall I just move ahead?
Yeah, it's fine to move ahead.
Alright, let's go into fall. So this is the position I get handed. And I'm pretty happy. I'm like very happy with this position because we've got the line against Athabasca. It's not amazing that they've moved back towards us, but there wasn't really a way to avoid that with the way I built Shoshone, right? It's sort of too telegraphed almost. I've got the units in the positions that I want. The other thing, I did not realize that the French had support held Ojibwe in your turn. I thought that the French were probably neutral in this war. And when I talked to the French here, they were pretty open to letting me attack Athabasca, if I recall correctly. So that's a big advantage to having different players on both sides, right? My French player was not aware of how strongly allied your French player was with Athabasca, I think. But yeah, so the other thing over this, I'll have to take a look at what exactly happened over here. I'm pretty sure that I was talking to Spain and just went, okay, you keep Cherokee. I'm gonna try. I would like to keep Apache and Nueva Vizcaya. And then we peace out and just go after France together or something. Did I offer them Apache back? I'll have to look at the moves phase to be sure there. But one way or the other, all of the conversation here on the Spanish front was, can we peace out on this turn? Because it looks like we're just going to have tons and tons of units bogged down over here and not really get anywhere, right? I would prefer that doesn't happen for either of us. And the other thing, of course, I can't take Hawaii back, so I'm like, you can keep Hawaii, that's fine. And they were asking me I actually went to them directly and said, I might just go and snipe Galapagos from you, because I would like to get a center in exchange for Hawaii. You know, you can't defend that. And if I don't go for it, maybe Inuit will. So it's not that much of a bad thing for you. They said, don't go for Galapagos. That's my condition for working with you again. And so then Inuit approached me and said, hey, I would like Galapagos here. So I was like, you know what? Sure, whatever. Spain asked me not to go there. I guess I won't, and you can go in. And so then we go to the moves here, and Inuit doesn't go for Galapagos. They just end up attacking Qing, I think. And it turned out that they had gone to Spain and told them, hey, I'm going to pretend that I'm going into Galapagos so that Shoshone doesn't go there, right? Which did not help my relations with Spain at all. But at the same time, we did manage to figure everything out on this front and actually start demilitarizing the area, which was pretty nice there. I think I got outplayed hard by Shoshone here, though. It's always the convoys. Not yet, sorry. You are correct.
we are Shoshone.
Yes. I got outplayed hard by the convoy here. I just didn't consider that as a possibility, and it is a really good move on their front to put an army on this front line.
Okay, I want to push back on that. This army sucks.
You think so?
Yeah, the army doesn't do anything because of that stupid impassable thing, right?
Oh. Yeah.
It borders one dot that you can... are we building, actually? If we're not building, it's worse.
I think we have a build here. Because
we lost... Actually... Yeah, because we lost everything to Spain and didn't get anything.
Yeah. We do get Ojibwe. Like, you can note that the French don't actually help the Athapascans at all. They wouldn't have been able to hold it anyway, because I just commit everything to getting this. But even there, Athapasca breaks their own alliance with France at the same time and supports Inuit down into them. So.
Oh, that's not right. From Athapasca. No. I mean, actually, again, these different... You know, maybe this will be okay because of the Severance thing. But, like, obviously, when Athapasca's at war with you, they should not help Inuit get more dots and piss off their current ally. Like, one-dotting their ally is not a good... For Inuit is not a good way to do things. And you see Inuits back in Hudson Bay now. I assume they were trying to get Inuits fully on side. But Inuits are just saying, oh, thanks for the dot. And then they're presumably going to go to France and say, hey, France, Athapasca just screwed you. Do you want support and decree? And then France is going to be like, oh, yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see that Inuit is actively working with France at the same time as stabbing them for Papina Choi. So,
yeah.
Yeah, they are taking advantage of this.
That's one you could just smile at and tell France, yo, what did you expect? Athapasca offered me the support. I mean...
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Shrug.
But no, you were mentioning Chinook is not actually that good. I think, yeah, it is better considering that
that you have to actually put a fleet in Miwok to deal with it. But again, you put a fleet in Miwok and that army does very little, right? It borders just Sala, right? It's like...
Yeah,
I don't know. It's even worse than the convoy into Syria. Because at least the convoy into Syria can coordinate with the fleet to take Smyrna. But this convoy, Cascadia Base, doesn't even border Miwok.
So to be clear there, Ezio is talking about the standard diplomacy board when you convoy into... That Syria is not a great province on that board. Because it's only adjacent to one dot. But it's often the only way that Italy can make an attack on Turkey immediately. And this, again, also only borders one dot, so...
Yeah, but
So,
again, as I mentioned, it doesn't even coordinate with the fleet that convoyed it in. It's just there. I mean, look, it's really ballsy, and he definitely the Athapaska soul read your moves and did this to counter you. Um, I'm just not. I'm not even sure if this was a good counter. Um,
I think it
I
is
think
straight up better than just going to Chilcotin, right? Because you've got now some pressure on at least Miwok, which forces me to reconsider I or forces Chamber to reconsider his moves on the next turn and have to defend it a
yeah,
bit, right?
that's true.
Um,
But for example, if Athapaska was trying to work with Inuit, I think offering to support the Inuit fleet from Yip that one
pick, yeah,
into Gulf, I think doing that while moving and covering the dot,
Chilcotin, yeah.
right? Because if you get in the dot, it's great. You still make progress, and then your fleet's in the Gulf, which is important. Still has the same pressure on Miwok, but the fleet in Gulf of Abishek, I think, is just more useful in general. It's a better position for the war. And then this has the upside even of covering. Obviously, since they slow read you, they just knew you weren't going for it for either of their dots. And so I don't know. I think they knew exactly what you were doing, and then maybe didn't capitalize perfectly, but still, it is fun. Whenever they leave two open dots next to the army, and that army doesn't go for either of them, I bet they were real happy.
Yeah, I really wish I'd sent Salish to one of these two.
I mean, you still wouldn't be building, right? You just wouldn't be disbanding.
Yeah, that's probably true because I do go -2 here. It's not a good phase.
Yeah, but Athapasca would be -2 then, right? So that's pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But we get Ojibwe, so it's only -1.
yeah, you are absolutely correct. It is only -1, so it would have been no disband if I YOLO'd into one of those two instead of trying to support myself.
Yeah, but what numbnut supports holds on themselves instead of covering the empty dots? It's crazy.
I yes. I was at least happy that we'd managed to source out the Spain print. I don't know if you felt the same way, Chamber, when you saw the position and like the Spanish having moved out of some of the stuff here.
Yeah, I think that was a sign to try and resolve our differences with Spain because on I think we both realized with Hawaii and with Hawaii, Cherokee going to them and Nueva Vizcaya and Apache going to us, it's just an even trade. So we're just like, you know what, these borders are probably fine and work out better in the long term. So we're just trying to reconcile.
Yeah. That seems fair. Okay, so yeah, I hope you weren't too disappointed that I failed to get Galapagos.
I think that was a bit of a bummer because that would have saved a build or saved a disband. But if it was a prerequisite for working with Spain, I think that was understandable.
Yeah, no, I think we could absolutely have worked with Spain even if I had sniped Galapagos, because it would have been thrown over to you and then you would have been able to talk with that Spain, right? And I doubt that Spain would have blamed you for going for the open dot while they were in Hawaii. But it was just the fact that Inuit tricked me more than anything, right? I think I would have gone for Galapagos if Inuit had said they were willing to let me go for Galapagos, but they said, I'm going to go for Galapagos. And so I was like, I'm not going to bounce them out. That's a waste of my unit. I'm just going to cover North Equatorial instead. And then, of course, Inuit use that to try and jump us. And to make sure that we don't get built here. So we then move ahead to the retreats. I don't remember who gets this build. Oh, it's you who gets. You have to decide on our disband. Very sad.
Yeah. Well, yeah. To follow up, I saw that we're trying to demilitarize the Spanish border, so I thought might as well do it on a unit bordering or semi-bordering the Spanish. So I took off the one in Sonora, I think.
I don't. Yeah, it is the unit in Sonora that comes off here. Yes, and that makes total sense. Just try and do everything you can to be friendly with the Spanish. I do see that France ends up getting 2 builds up here, which is... I mean, we're not at war with France, so I guess that's fine, right? But, yeah.
Well, one thing I did... I don't know if it felt it to you, but it just felt like whatever spare builds Colonials had, they're just pumping them into North America. And like, okay, I have to deal with more units.
Absolutely. It was such a pain with the... I mean, I caused the Spanish units to be built there in the first place, so I can't really complain. I think we may have done better if we had just gone with like the passive approach of not throwing things at Spain, which I was definitely at fault for not doing that. We could have had a much more, well, empty Spanish front over here, but Spain certainly did throw a lot, and then France just continuously builds armies in this area to the point that it's really irritating.
It just I'll occasionally look over to Europe when it's like built and just see Europe being fairly open, not builds, but people are building in North America. Like France is doing pretty well in Europe at this point. And I'm thinking maybe they'd build more units in Europe rather than funneling them into North America. But no, that did annoy me.
Yeah, that's the fun colonial dynamic. They can choose to leave one area empty and just pump the other area full of as many units as they can. I had completely forgotten as well, Athabasca ends up getting a build here, which means doubly so I should have gone into Talicho or Chilcotin, because that would have denied them that. And being able to build Army Chilcotin here makes the convoy a lot better as well.
Yeah, they didn't cover it for the build. Although, just notably, if they could have built in both, and if they had the army in one dot and then they built in the other dot, it would make the attack into Sala potentially better, because you can't retreat into a dot the same phase. Just pointing that out there.
Yes, we could have potentially forward retreated into Sakani if they do that, but that's still better than us being able to retreat into Talicho, I guess. They do have these units up here that can cover stuff, so yeah, we'll see how it goes. But I think Sonora's a good choice of unit to take off. I would have probably debated between that or Sea of Cortez. I'm not sure if we needed the fleet or the army more at this stage, but especially if you think Inuit might go in against you, the fleet is very useful to keep. So.
Well, yeah, it's like there are quite a lot of fleets surrounding us, which I did see. So I'm thinking I'd like to keep fleets about, just as a precaution.
All right, so we then go into the clean map with Sonora taken off here. And this is your position. How did things go this phase?
Yeah, I think trying to get back to working with Spain here. So I think we organized a couple of bounces here and moving the Sea of Cortez fleet away. Kind of. It was kind of unfortunate. I suppose I should have... I'm sort of looking ahead on my screen. Me and Spain wanted to bounce Vizcayo Bay, Berlango Ridge, and Apache and Saltillo to sort of confirm trust again. And they wanted Sea of Cortez to be vacated. So I did move the fleet into Sonora, which is not a great position for a fleet to be in, I will admit.
So, yeah, it's a pretty bad position. At the same time, that's kind of the point of demilitarizing backwards, right? You're like putting it in a place that absolutely can't threaten them and saying, we are definitely working together now. This is a lot bolder than I would have been, though. Like, Nueva Vizcaya is completely left open. I think you are a lot more trusting of them than I would have been, and that actually does pay off, because they don't go for Nueva Vizcaya here, right? That's, so, Yeah, ends up being the right move, I think.
Yeah, and things in the north, I'm pretty sure at this point it's a three-way war between me, Inuits, and Athabasca at this point. I think we're all pretty distrusting of each other, and we're all trying to talk to each other, trying to get each other to, well, if you do this, you can get around. Just trying to say stuff to perhaps get the upper hand on the other two, and it's just nobody's really trusting each other.
Yep, I've definitely been in those kind of wars before. You just have someone with you who, I mean, you're technically working with Inuit here, right? They're cutting units, but it's the kind of working together where you're both just grabbing dots as much as you can and not really coordinating all that much, it looks like.
Yeah, it's I think we're working together in the way that Athabasca, unfortunately, is in the middle and has to essentially try and defend against two people coming in from north and south.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can see here, what might have been a French Athabascan alliance just doesn't happen. No huge supports of French units on Athabasca.
Yeah,
They're fairly doing things to getting their core back, and Papanich was.
yes. It looks like they're working with Inuit at the same time. Like Inuit is pushing them into St. Anthony, they're pushing Inuit into St. John's, and just trading this back, I guess. But yeah, France seems to be mostly staying out of this war, at least from what I see. It is funny how everyone is just working together to kill England, especially considering on my side of on the fall turn. I don't know who played England on your side, but the fall turn was
it was Elle.
Okay. I think people got the jump on your spring side of England, and then the fall side just went, "That's Salt, let's kill him." So the poor guy has not done very well out of us publicizing all of his strategies on this channel.
Yeah, I think it was last turn. We had an inkling of, oh, England's not doing so great, and it's just this one demonstrates they're just being crushed everywhere on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing, I don't love seeing Spain run back from France here, like Erie into Miami and Maryland into Jamestown. I guess you probably didn't talk to them that much about this, or they were just worried about you?
I think I just figured that they'd continue going up the East Coast because in Europe, France and Spain are fairly antagonistic towards each other. So I figured, oh, Spain's going to continue walking up there. So I had no idea that they were just going to go back, which it did annoy me because I did see that they're not the greatest friends in Europe, so I don't understand why they're walking back in North America.
Yeah, they're also still fighting in the Caribbean as well at the same time.
Yeah.
Or at least it looks like that way. So I would have done the same as you. I think I would have just assumed they would be moving this way. It's very weird that they're not. Yeah. Alright, so I like what you've done with Gaza Ute here. Make sure that you have a unit to cover Shoshone at the same time. Put a bunch of units on your on the Athabascan line here. Great Plains is a bit empty, but if we're working with Spain, that's great, right? As long as they don't go in, it's absolutely fine. So we will, yeah. And you managed to take Sutina at the same time. And not just take, I think blow it up, actually, right?
Yeah, I think, that gets blown up.
Yeah, that's huge. Nicely done. So, anything else you want to say about the moves before we move on?
Don't think so.
Alright, so moving ahead, there is the blow up on Sutina. They have a few retreat options from the north, because Inuit has managed to get into a bunch of their provinces here. They end up retreating that way. That's not exactly that relevant to us, but this is the position I end up picking up in the fall phase. And I honestly do not remember anything about the negotiations on this phase, so I'm again going to move through to the moves. I do remember that Sonora, I was nowhere near as trusting of Spain as you were, I think, so I do just try and push it forward again. But it might be... Okay, yeah. So I push it back into Nueva Vizcaya again because, like, Nueva Vizcaya doesn't actively threaten the Spanish, but at the same time, it's a little bit more secure than leaving it in Sonora because at least they can't walk into Nueva with one unit. That's especially a concern on the fall phase when I was playing, right? It's less of a concern in the spring because we could have kicked them back out again with two. And then we end up moving through here. I think Spain actively requested to go to Great Plains here to go in position against France in Miami or in Illinois. I don't 100% remember. Because I do remember that after this phase, I was like, we should have done this the other way around because it would have looked a lot cleaner, right? The borders would have been nicer. But yeah, maybe letting them move into Great Plains wasn't an amazing idea because it's pretty... we're pretty open to them on this side.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that you coming back and seeing that would have been like, that might not be the best idea.
Yeah, especially with them moving back from the French previous spring, I was like, it did make me wary of them again.
Yeah, I mostly just wanted to get them attacking the French and like make sure they're attacking the French, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they are here. But they do really need to get their units through to this front, and maybe they should have just sent Caddo to Cherokee. I think the reason they didn't was that they thought Erie might get bounced. But it didn't. And then up on this front, I just go and take Oji Cree with Inuit support here. So Inuit actually helps. I think this was probably just after the Inuit on my side of the game subbed out at some point because he got so frustrated with his spring partner that he just didn't want to play it anymore.
Yeah.
Which is...
Can't relate.
Sorry, Chamber, what were you going to say there?
Yeah, we had a case like that in our on our side as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so it's rough. These kind of games can absolutely be frustrating. Poor old Ezio would have subbed out of our Russia game so many times, I think, if you'd had the option to.
I don't believe in subbing out. I might have just NMR'd for you, though. I was debating that. I think that would be a good way to protest. Self-bounce everything.
Oh, God. Well, I'm glad this game is going a lot better for us than that. Well, for me and for Chamber than that game went for me and Ezio. But this was the new Inuit, and the new Inuit was a lot more friendly and a lot more willing to do things that were not necessarily just benefiting Inuit, right? That were also benefiting me at the same time, which was really nice. And also, the previous Inuit had this agreement with Athabasca that Athabasca go and fight me, right, and give a couple of dots to the Inuits and then get left alone. The new Inuit basically kept saying that they would go through with that to the Athabasca and then came to me and said, we can just crush this Athabasca between us and I'll grab an extra dot into Ute-Shoshone and I won't bother like doing this, giving back Chippewa and convoying their unit back. And that was fantastic. They ended up giving the support into Oji Cree and that ends up being the difference maker here. And we end up keeping Sutina at the same time. So just a lot of nice things on this phase. I will say, I made the same mistake on this turn as I'd made on the previous fall, and I think, Chamber, you did the same thing in the spring, right? Where we keep trying to go for Cascadia Basin and failing because there's a kind of a 50-50 guess between Cascadia and Yakutat. It's not really 50-50 because Cascadia is much better. It borders 2 of their dots instead of 1, but Yakutat is still better than Gulf of Alakshek would be. So we have to guess which of these Athabasca is going to protect, and they keep protecting the right one, which is the same one every time. But I don't think it has that much of an impact on what's going on here, especially because the Inuit end up backdooring them up here.
Well, on my half at least, that fleet in Alakshek does keep things tense between me and my Inuits, because they really don't like us having a fleet in Alakshek because it's like bordering 2 of theirs. SCs there. That continues being a source of contention throughout the game.
Mm-hmm. Yes. If we managed to vacate it into Yakutat or something, that would have been less contentious between us and them, I guess. All right. Oh, yeah, I also remember, like, I haven't mentioned this yet, but Alutes was a big reason why this Inuit player subbed out as well. Because every fall turn, this Inuit player hated being an Alute. It was the fall Inuit. He considered it to be the worst province that he could be in. He wanted to leave it and just trust the people next to it to not go in. Because it was only ever me next to it, right? Mm-hmm. And even when he was attacking me, there were better places to be attacking me from. Quite often I didn't have North Equatorial Current covered. But the spring Inuit would just move back into Alutes every turn. So they would just be moving out, in, every single turn.
Yeah, you can see why it like the 3 sort of North American regionals didn't really trust each other a whole lot. So I can see why moving back into Alutes just... I can see why they did it, but I never showed any ambition to do it yet, to say.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, I think it would have made more sense if the 2 of us were swapped, right? If I had been on spring and you'd been on fall, because you're a lot more... Well, I'm a lot more willing to just randomly dot things. At least that's the impression I guess. You tend to be a lot more trusting of your allies and actually wanting to keep your allies on side.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think I'm more of a. I'm not saying I'm not fluid with my alliances, but I'm more. I feel more. I stick by them.
Yeah. It's also like I'm. Well, I mean, we've seen through this game that you are willing to change your alliances as well, like moving up and attacking Athabasca and stuff like that. Even if I'm... Like, the Spain one, I kind of forced your hand, but I think the Athabasca one you could have gone either way with. But I'm, like, very fluid with my alliances at times, to the point that I am quite willing at points to just randomly dot an ally for 1 dot and then go, oh, it doesn't matter, we'll keep working together, something like that, right? Which is why Alutes was so funny to me, because it would make a lot of sense the other way around. If I was next to the person who was constantly covering Alutes, I would kind of understand that. But you really haven't made the moves that would make someone want to cover Alutes over and over again. Alright. I don't think there's much more to talk about on this turn, so I'm happy to move ahead. We go to retreats here. We don't really have much of a retreat situation. I will say also a big reason that Inuit subbed out was that the fall Inuit, had managed to reclaim a lot of this area against Qing and basically single-handedly turn the war around against them. And then the spring Qing managed to kick the Inuit out in such a way that, like, it felt pretty impossible to the Inuit player that could have happened. Like, he was like it was blundered massively, that position. So he was very frustrated about that. I hadn't really been looking at this area, so I wasn't.
Yeah,
aware
I
of
wasn't.
that.
I think one of the problems is that despite it essentially being the next region over, it is the entire map away. So it feels far away, but it's just it. I'm pretty sure we border Gulf of Andar.
Yes.
On the other side.
Yeah, no, that's totally a thing I consider. Like, I feel like if the map was like cut here instead, I would be paying a lot more attention to this region. But as is, I'm just looking at this area mostly, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's definitely going to be a thing that we'll see the impacts of later in the game, because I think at least I should have been paying a bit more attention to what was happening over here. All right. So these are the retreats. There aren't really that many of relevance in this area. I think that was the only possible retreat for them. But notably, we go +2, I think, right? And my side wins the coin flip this time, so I have to put the builds down. I think I put down some fairly inoffensive ones. I just put down double armies. This, again, is a consequence of me not really paying much attention to this side of the board and thinking there's not really much point in me looking over here. Because this is probably a time where we should have put down another fleet. It feels like there's a bunch of them backpiled here if we're just going into this area, but we should probably be focusing on North Pacific too. I don't know if you were feeling that way or not.
I don't think so. I think if you would have built a fleet in Yakutsk, I also wasn't looking at sort of Qing at this point. So it's like fleet Yakutsk might have. It wouldn't have definitely signaled to go against Spain, but just like it would have been a sort of a nudge, perhaps. I wouldn't have, because it's like, what would it do at this point if you're just looking at this theater here? Because we don't really need any more fleets going north, because they're just like behind each other and it's hard to maneuver at this point.
Yeah, that's very fair. I think, like, I was, after looking back at this, I was kind of brought to mind of Ezio's old Spain game, where Ezio played as Spain, and, like, you had a really rock-solid alliance with Shoshone and ended up pushing into this area together, right? But I think a big part of that was just establishing MPO control and then convoying a bunch of units over, right? I don't remember the specifics, Ezio, but would you say there's there's much chance of doing the same thing as the Utes Spain alliance in this position, or do you think it's a bit of a far-fetched idea here?
You're talking about when in Spain, Shoshone and Inuits conquered all of North Pacific Ocean and started like going into Tokugawa.
Yes, this kind of area.
Well, the three of us had a triple for most of the game. And so, I think that, like, we were in North Pacific Ocean quickly. Like, we'd already had 5 fleets in North Pacific by this year, I think. Because the two of them just completely annihilated Athabasca, and then, yeah, I mean, in this, so for this game, the analysis, there's something to be said. I think a fleet makes sense. I think you should have put it down, not to work with Spain, but I think if we're gonna win, we're gonna need to stab Spain again, and we want to have enough fleets. And this is a good excuse to get a fleet down because, hey, look, there's a Qing threat or whatever. So I think I would have liked a fleet build over one of these armies. So I agree with that.
But you don't think they'd have been pointed this way, really? Even with that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could get in the North Pacific and maybe we snipe Edo or something because Tokugawa in this game is so weak. But I would expect we'll just use to secure Hawaii or something.
Gotcha. Okay, well, yeah, these are the builds that I actually make. Just put down double armies here, and then we go through to the spring. So, coming back to the spring, this is now U chamber. Going into this phase, did you have any particular thoughts?
I became sort of very wary of Spain at this point. They seem to be because the unit in the Great Plains is seemed a bit odd for me here. I tried to work with them, try clear the slate, but they're still pretty distrustful of me, so I'm also feeling distrustful of them.
Yeah.
I don't do anything major against them this turn. They're just moves that I'd consider fairly defensive, other than I did move the fleet in Nueva Vizcaya to Sea of Cortez, which is a sort of a kind of break of the DMZ that we established earlier, but it's just like I want the fleet out of that area and into the Pacific where it can do something better. I think I did ask for permission to move into Sea of Cortez, but yeah, it's just semi trying to work with Spain, just wary of them at this moment.
Gotcha.
North, North still fairly anti Athabasca.
Yeah, you mentioned that this was kind of a distrust between all three of you, like Inuit, Ather, and you. Are you still distrustful of Inuit here, or are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we never started off great. I mean, we kind of suggested a three-way at the beginning, but after like the year end, where he just sort of tried to go against me, I've just never been 100% trusting behind him.
Yeah, that makes sense. But you've kind of cleaned up Ather on this side, so now you're. And also, Inuit can't really go for you with the fleets, right? Because you're all inland. Did you have any sort of tension with Inuit on this side, or was that just like, we're fine?
I sort of considered this weird piece in the east because I did see those fleets and they were like a non-issue, and I figured there's some sort of maybe not all-out war between Inuits and French, but some kind of like a Cold War just happening between those two. So it's just like the East we're sort of peaceful in. It's mainly the West that the main sources of tension were.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Shall I move forward to bring the moves up?
Yep.
All right. Let's see what you did here. So,
I did go into Alutz. Okay.
That's the one turn that Inuit decided not to cover it. Amazing. Was that just to get the dot? I assume that
I think it might have been, yeah. Because I don't really go for any other dots. Yeah, Lancashire goes to Cascadia rather than anywhere else.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Getting like position to just take the other baskets out completely. That's so funny.
Yeah, this turn looks absolutely crushing.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Just getting into Salish, Chinook, Cascadia. Inuit.
Like, just a good heuristic that I like to use to evaluate turns is what percentage of our units moved to places we haven't been in a while, and what percentage of those moves succeeded. And we did a lot of moving into places we haven't been before, and they all just worked.
Yes.
Plus in the East, right? Like, and then look at that. Spain walked away. This is just so good.
That is a phenomenal turn, to be honest. And also, Especially considering you told them you were going out to Sea of Cortez. You said you asked, right, for permission?
Yeah, I think I asked.
Yeah, you've done a really good job in managing to like de-escalate this entire front now. There's no units. Well, this unit is still adjacent to Apache, of course, but you've both got one unit adjacent to the other person's dot, and that's it. It's kind of phenomenal that that's managed to happen.
And
'Cause
you can snipe Mexico City, and they can't snipe Apache if you don't want them to.
that's true. Yes.
And Mexico City would reduce them to 1 core in Mexico.
Yeah. And of course it would be on my turn, so you'd be able to go, wasn't me. But yeah, brilliant turn here. There is, of course, the Inuit repositioning with the army convoy into Chipewyan. I assume that wasn't agreed?
Yeah, I didn't expect that, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
I figured Inuits and the French wouldn't be sort of working together, which they seem to be, but also not with their sort of, snipe and ASCII.
Yes. It's a little weird here because they do move full force off this direction, right? But they can't actually. They don't go in on you on Menominee. These units could be used against Cree if they want to. So it feels like France is positioning to go either way, potentially. But Inuit is hard positioning to attack you, it looks like. Or to try to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, me and Inuits never had a great relation, so it's just like. I suppose thinking about it, yeah, if me and Inuits hadn't had a great relation, maybe slightly better relations between Inuit and France, and they're just, I'm the next person after Athabasca.
Maybe. Again, it's tough to say, just because these are very flexible units. They look like they're moving towards you, but they are adjacent to Cree, not to you. So, could go either way, especially considering the Severance aspect of the game. Yeah, alright. Anything else you want to talk about with your moves?
I think one thing I forgot to mention is that the French corps and Memo Mini annoyed me like a couple turns ago, and that was a little annoying. Like that just signaled to me that they sort of have aspirations a bit west.
Yes, I was never incredibly happy with the French being over here, but at the same time, I don't really want to make the French go towards us, right? So I was kind of trying to get the Spanish to go that way and not going that way myself. And it looks like you're doing pretty much the same, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, very nice turn. Like, pretty fantastic turn all around. And as we go through to the retreats here, I don't think there's anything incredibly relevant to us. We do see, did the Spanish have a potential retreat into Fort Detroit? That was something. Oh, my mouse wheel is being awkward. Anyway, they could have gone there. That would have been quite cool. But I guess they've got 4 French units around, so it would have just been a blow-up.
Yeah, very high chance of just it getting blown up.
Yes. So they end up retreating south into Tutelo instead. And then I'm given this position, which is fantastic. And I'm in a Lutz, which is like, wow. Okay. This just looks amazing to me. And the Spanish position is almost completely demilitarized. It's just fantastic. I don't remember what I do here. I guess I will move ahead and just see the moves. Okay, so I do not I do not snipe Mexico City. As much as I think actually I probably should have done here. Ezio, I assume you would have done.
I don't know. I I would have thought long and hard about it. I probably would have because I value reducing colonial cores so much. Um, but I don't know. Um, I would have actually taken the time to look at Spain's global position here. I would have like looked outside of my local area to give me a chance to think about stuff. If I think that Spain is almost certainly negative, then I probably won't care because Spain's not building. If I think there's a chance that Spain is positive, then I'll dot it because maybe that actually makes them not be able to build anywhere. And then if they're super positive, I'll definitely do it because they might actually build two, and I really don't want them to do that.
I don't know how positive they were at this point. I think it's a positive turn for them. This area looks pretty, like, even. They lose Ryukyu
Yeah, they're
Islands,
not
I guess.
losing anything.
I
Yeah,
think
looking
they
at the
had
board, I would
this.
certainly dot them. Yeah, I would think it.
Yeah, they don't really gain any. They do. No, they don't make gains in the Caribbean either. So, yeah. I could have potentially gotten away with it. Doubly, like, you can see that I never trust anyone in this game, right? I just continuously sort of ruin the DMZs that have been arranged here, because I didn't trust that Spain wouldn't just go into Apache. I moved back in here and probably caused some tension here. I don't remember if this has any impact. But I do generally stay allied with the Spanish. I move into Illinois and get set up to potentially deal with that core in Menominee, right? And over here, I think I make an agreement with the Inuit to just take out Athabasca as quickly as possible, which we do, right? I take, the Inuit takes Satu, I put Inuit into Tlicho, I take Chilcotin at the same time, so Athabasca is just dead this turn. I keep Alutes, which I think was agreed with Inuit, with this side of the Inuits. And then the idea would be that I would go into Cree and take Cree, and so then we could position against the French to try and crush them out as a triple alliance here. But I put the wrong unit in. Like, we didn't check which unit we were supporting through. And for some reason, I thought it was a Neshebek, and he did not.
I think you thought it was Aneshebek because Aneshebek is the unit that could be cut from Villa Marie. So the only way to make it guaranteed that France doesn't take Cree was to go the way you did. But obviously, Oja Cree is more threatening long term for you to Inuit, so it's better for you to get out of there.
Yeah. And here's a bit of an interesting situation because I don't think we actually get very much off France with this attack at any point in the near future, right? I can potentially get Cree, and we get Menominee.
Get the one dot, yeah.
Yeah, but then beyond that, there's like this area is mostly going to go to Inuit and Spain if it does crack, and if it doesn't crack, obviously we don't get anything.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think you take your dot and get out, and let Spain overcommit, and then you just walk in behind.
Yes, and here's
honestly,
where
it's probably much better, like to have not sniped Mexico City because you can get Spain to overcommit to this.
Yes,
I was going to say timing is tough. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was going to say this is where Ezio and I usually differ because France is doing very, very well on the leaderboards, right? They're the one approaching victory. So for that reason, I would quite like to see them cut down. But at the same time, cutting them down doesn't actively benefit us very much. So Ezio would want to peace out and get ourselves more dots so that we can actually catch up, right?
Yeah. I mean, and again, to be clear, it's not like we're doing nothing. I think we should take the one dot that we can have that's almost certainly ours, and then we could probably snag Fort Detroit, would be my guess. And so I think we can take those two. But yeah, absolutely. I would be looking for every opportunity to walk into Caddo, I think is the critical province for the Shoshone Spanish War on this board right now. And so yeah, if I can make that snipe, and also are we still threatening Mexico City?
Yes,
I don't know. Yeah. So I would almost certainly if I were controlling everything next spring, I would look to be in Guatemala Basin. Maybe not even Guatemala Basin sucks. But I don't know. I would look to to just fully stab Spain next spring while taking the French dot in whatever it's called.
Hmm.
Mada.
Yes, and Chamber, I'm curious where on that scale you sit. Were you worried about the French on the leaderboard very much, or were you looking more to expand ourselves?
I considered the French to be a non-threat in North America, but it's like as long as I do my bit to make sure the French don't expand in North America, I am completely trusting other people elsewhere in the world to make sure the French don't grow. It's sort of my philosophy.
Yeah, that's
No.
a very fair one. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I think I do go after the Menominee next turn. But I think that's as far as I really go against the French in the short term, at least.
Yeah, alright, well, we can move on to the next phase and see here, because this turn, Athabasca is dead. They have now been eliminated. They are the second player eliminated after Austria in the game. And then you get the builds here, I think. And we have 2 builds. Do you want to move straight to seeing the builds, or would you like to talk about the clean map?
My sort of default for the builds philosophy is just like a fleet and an army here. Basically, I think I did that at least 3 times. A fleet in Miwok and an army in Arapaho. I think that's a fairly reasonable sort of build to have. Build turn, just to not overcommit in one unit type.
I think that's very fair. And also, Fleet Miwok is kind of necessary here, given that Inuit is also getting the builds, and they could potentially go for a Lakshag, right? I assume you still didn't have great relations with the Inuit, given you had just walked into a loot behind them.
Yeah. I think we barely worked together to get rid of Athabasca, but since they're gone at this point, there's not a whole lot holding us together at all at this point.
Yeah, so if we move to the clean map here, I guess you can talk through what your thoughts were on these fronts right now.
I'm still trying to sort of keep the peace between me and Spain at this point, because I think I'd like a lot of my focus to be north against Inuits, which I think is the next thing we sort of have to clean up before going on to anything else. I'm a very sort of focus on one area, try and finish it, then go on to the next point, rather than like being more fluid with my plans, I think.
That seems sensible. And I didn't notice this during the builds, but Spain did put down Army Mexico City, so you can't really just stab them, right? It's
I did. This was I do remember something from his phase. It's like, okay, I did see you built in Mexico City, which I suppose is understandable. It's just like, just as long as you don't move up to Saltillo, then everything's fine against with us. I can understand the build in Mexico. Just please don't move up to Saltillo. And they break that, which makes me again distrustful of them. So I'm thinking, well, maybe it's less Inuits I need to be wary of and more Spain at this point.
Yes. Do you want me to just move to the moves, or anything else you want to talk? Okay, so let's see the moves you make here. And as you mentioned, the Spanish do move up to Saltillo and try and... Was this tap in Apache?
That was an arranged bounce,
okay.
yeah. But I was thinking, well, maybe I should move to Saltillo, because I could bounce the army there, coming from Mexico City, and also bounce Caddo, but I didn't because I felt like I could trust them enough. But evidently I couldn't.
Yeah. Clearly they thought you were going to, I guess. I don't see the Spanish moving anything else towards you, so that's a nice side of that, right? It's just the Saltillo move. But in a way that makes it a bit more frustrating, because, like, I wish they hadn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. You do manage to take Menominee at the same time. So as you mentioned, going in against the French, right? And going all out against the Inuit up in the north. Anything specific you want to call out here?
I think I'm a bit surprised I got Klitschko here, because they should have been able to hold that if Chippewan supported Klitschko, right?
So Chippewan is a
fleet.
fleet, so they wouldn't.
Oh
be
yeah,
able
it's
to
a fleet.
support
Sorry,
on land.
I thought that was an army. Yeah,
They could have
your
held it
attack was
by.
real good.
Yeah, they could have held it by support holding Satu, but you did the right thing
Yeah.
here by going to Ute-Shoshone at the same time, right? So they could only hold one of the two. I think they probably chose the wrong one to hold there. Because if they do just support hold Tlicho here, you would need to move another army in to actually get either of these. Whereas here, you're getting the fleets mobilized towards them anyway, right?
Yeah, but there's an argument that the armies do something different other than the supported attack. I think it's likely the armies do the support attack, so I think you're probably right, Meme. But like the fleet in chill whatever, the fleet is always going for that dot. And so I think but actually we could support the attack in there anyways. Yeah, you're right. They should have just supported the inland one.
But yeah, it's a good turn. Getting into Tlicho here. I assume this was an attempted bounce in.
Yeah, I tried to bounce the. I figured that army was going to convoy into Mischief Piri, but it didn't.
Well, instead you opened up a retreat spot for Adnashibak, whatever, so it didn't get popped by the French.
That's actually really big, yeah.
I'm just saying, Chambers hard carrying.
Oi. But yeah, no, you have done some really good turns in a row here. This is.
Look, he got you off to a perfect start by setting you up to double in the first year, and that's all on the spring in Imp Dip. Like in this case, Fall did a little bit by convincing Spain to just not let you take the dot. So, all right, fine, you get some, but Chambers like holding the opening to get the demilitarized zones was great, and then Chambers last spring to make these moves against Athabasca, yeah, this is going great.
Yeah.
All Chamber.
I can't really make it say anything different there. I've also set up a bunch of attacks, but like it was Chamber who had to follow them through on the attack into Athabasca and into Spain, and maybe it's debatable whether the attack into Spain was actually worth it, given we ended up trading Hawaii and Cherokee for Apache and Nueva, right?
I mean, to be fair, I probably prefer having Apache and Nuevo over the other two because they're a lot closer.
Yeah, I think I'd agree. Also, one of them is a Spanish core, which means Spain is not building as close to us, right? But I think in the process, I caused Spain to build so many armies on our front that it's been a little bit counterproductive on that front. But hey, we're in a pretty good spot now. You get Menominee. I think this is very reasonable. Trying to bounce the unit, that's a pretty likely convoy. They end up going for the safer convoy, but it's still, by doing this, you end up opening that retreat, and that doesn't get blown up, which is really nice, because if it does get blown up, you have to build it a long way back. And yeah, making sure you keep Great Plains control at the same time. All just really good.
I mean, you can see here, I'm sort of stabbing France here, but I am, like, the support hold on Kree's trying to signify that I don't really want to mess with you a whole lot. It's just, I don't like Menominee being a French core, and so far close to me.
Yes. Yeah. It makes sense, right? Because especially if we're not planning to go any further than this. Otherwise, you would anticipate taking from Ojibwe instead, going this way, and then trying to push further forward. But then it's kind of difficult to actually make much more progress doing that. So this way signals... Oh, actually, no, you backfill Illinois anyway, so that doesn't make a difference. But this at least signals that you're not planning to go that much further. You want to be friends, or at least you don't want Inuit to get into Cree. All right. Anything else you want to say about this phase, or shall we move along?
I don't think so.
All right. Let's go ahead then to the fall. Here we go. So I am now handed this position. Very, very happy to see that we've made it into Menominee on this turn. A lot less happy to see that Spain is in Saltillo. I'm very happy with this position up here at the same time. So I will again just move straight to the moves. If I recall correctly, Spain stabs me on this turn. They do, yes. Which was very frustrating. Because I absolutely brought this on myself. Because I talked to Spain and I went, okay, look, I see that you're in Saltillo and all that. It's whatever. I will just do some protective moves to make sure that you can't take anything off me, right? And they asked me what the protective moves were going to be, and I told them, which was a really bad decision because they were only good defensively if Spain didn't know to cut the units in Great Plains. I've got this tap on Saltillo, so if they go into Nueva, they can't take, they lose one on this front. And the 2 units going into Apache should counter Saltillo and Caddo. But the fact that they get the cuts off, or at least they make sure that they would cut either one of them, means that they can then take Apache from me. So I really screwed up on this phase on the diplomatic front. If I had just not mentioned anything about doing the defensive moves, I'm like 90% sure they wouldn't have been able to take anything. But yeah, they decide to peace out with France at this point, which is really irritating to me, because at the same time, I hard commit against France here. I try and take Fort Detroit. I push back into Anishabek. I am looking at the scoreboard and going, I do not want France to get to that victory condition, because they are getting quite close, and as good as we're doing, we're going to need some time to catch up. And yeah, it just doesn't work out very well. And on the Northern Front, it's just outright war between myself and Inuit. I don't think I guess very well on their moves here. They counter most of what I'm doing. I managed to get Chipewyan, but they do convoy a unit in behind me, which is a little bit painful. At least we're going positive.
Yeah.
But yes, less
positive.
It's
a +2 phase, isn't it?
We go plus Menominee, we go plus Tlicha, we go plus Chipewyan, and minus Apache. Yeah, could have been a +3 if I'd have been a little more careful about what information I'd been giving people. But unfortunately, it is only a +2. And this is you getting the builds. So +2, I don't know if you remember what your builds were exactly, or if you want to just show them on the map.
Well, I think, again, this is another, fleet, well, maybe not fleet Milwaukee, but fleet Yokuts and Army Arapaho turn.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, it was Mihawk. Okay.
Nice. Alright. I don't know, when you got this passed back to you and saw the Spanish in Apache, did you figure the Spanish had stabbed us, or did you think I'd just given that up? I
think I did think it was a stab. But can't quite remember the negotiate. I think it's just like maybe there was some talk like, okay, maybe if I allow you Apache, we can go into France. But I don't think I offered anything like that. I think it was just a stab. I considered it.
Yeah. Well, that would be the correct thing to consider here, because it was. But yeah, I think your builds here are good. I might have considered double army if I was 100% set that we're fighting Spain, but like the fleets are still pretty useful for that. And actually more useful for that because we have a pretty big threat potentially coming in from North Pacific here. So I like Fleet Miwok as well.
I think this might have been another Spain turn build that annoyed me because take a look in like regular Spain, like mainland.
Oh,
it's like okay, they couldn't really build there, so it's
yeah.
just, anymore. It just feels like
they got 3 builds, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it felt like they had better places to build, even after I'm trying to work with them, and it's like, go on, man.
Yeah, they had the Philippines. They could have put down more units in, but or South America. They could have put in Bogota as well. But yes, Fleet makes.
I think that one annoyed me. Felt like there were better places to build.
Yeah. All right. Well, we will move to the clean map then. Oh, I should quickly point out the VSCC here. France and Qing currently at the top with close to 70%, and we are currently at 42%, which is not bad, but we've got a long way to go still. Notably, Qing gets +5 here, which is absurd, and they don't even have... Oh no, they do have an extra core. They do have enough cores to build that, but that's kind of incredible for a regional how fast they're managing to steamroll this area now. Alright, so here we are into the spring. This is again U-Chamber. Any thoughts going in?
I can't quite remember this phase, to be fair. You might have to go to the orders.
That's very fair. A lot of these phases sort of blended together in my head when I was going back over them afterwards. But yeah. So you've got some kind of fight happening with Spain down here. Still.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like at this point, I'm just like, I don't really want to bother the French in North America much. I'm happy to let them. It seems like they're holding a lot in North America at this point. So it's any moves they are making, they're kind of slow and they're holding with half their units. So I'm happy with them just being a bit passive here. So I go back on the army and Ishishak to try and make peace with them and sort of go down into Spain.
Yep. That makes total sense. You're also getting the core off on Menominee, which is interesting because that is one way you can communicate with your full player, right? If you half-core a province, it shows up on the board as half-cored. So you basically tell your full player that you have spent a turn coring this, you haven't done anything else with it, you haven't been like attacking Fort Detroit or something, and you didn't get tapped as well, so the French didn't go for you in Menominee or try and stop that or anything. So it's an interesting little thing that you can do to talk to me, right?
Yeah, I think the main reason I did it though is just like I didn't really that unit couldn't really push Miami there, and it feels a bit of a waste to just hold. So just like get rid of the French core that's there. Maybe that'll slow down any plans in the future that they have in North America.
Yep, that seems solid. And you managed to kick the Spanish out of Apache here. which is nice. Prevents the retreat north as well by going into Kiowa. Nice. So they have to go down into Saltillo or Karankawa, and all of Great Plains is covered, so they can't go back into that. It's all fantastic. This core was a bit less likely to work, I think.
Yeah. It was. I'm thinking I'm probably gonna need a fleet on the East Coast at some point. So far, the best option I have is Chippewa, which isn't great to begin with, but it's the only option at this point. So,
yes, you're absolutely correct. Like a big reason why we can't progress very much on this front is just there is no core for us to build in to put fleets on this side. We need to get fleet support from someone else, and no one is going to be that willing to give us fleet support at this point. So I think that's a good thought, but yeah, this was never going to work. We're going to have to try it somewhere else in the future. You managed to take Ute-Shoshone at the same time. Nice. And Pawlatuck is a nice province as well to get into. Its borders close.
I did figure that if we're going to lose Chippewan anyway, you could retreat back to Sutina and just get Chippewan next turn likely.
Yes.
In the fall.
Is absolutely correct. If you're fairly sure that someone is going to commit a ton of stuff to a province, it's often better just to focus on mobilizing around it instead of putting everything on defending it. All right. Anything else you want to talk about here?
I don't think so. I think still fairly Inuit focused, trying to be at least neutral with France at this point.
Yep. That all makes sense. Oh, I am also interested that there's no attempt to contest Hawaii or anything like that. I assume that's because Spain has...
I think I
NPO
figured
controls.
that they would have covered Hawaii.
I think that's a really fair assumption to make. They decide not to, but they could well have done. And even if you do go into Hawaii here, they do have the units to kick you straight back out again in full. No fleet in Balanga Ridge is nice, at least. They do move this Mexico, or in Sea of Cortez even. They do move this south, so they're looking to be peaceful, I would hope.
Yeah, looking at the moves, I guess they figured I might have promised them into Fort Detroit here. Because that's a lot of queued bounces.
Yeah, noticeably they wouldn't have gotten in even if you had double supported this. But yes.
If an Ashashak taps a Ville Marie.
Yeah, that would have worked. But then I do think Spain sort of brought this on themselves with the Saltillo move and then the Apache move afterwards. But yes, getting into Miami is nice, and it's whatever on Fort Detroit. We could have put the Spanish in, but that's not us getting a dot in any case.
Yeah.
Right? All right, let's move ahead then. So here we have retreats. It looks like we got pushed out of Gulf of Anadyr up there. They're focusing their Asian fleet force on us. So we have one retreat up there. I assume you take that back into Aleuts? Yes. Or Aleuts, however you pronounce that. It's a good defense. They basically can't take Aleuts ever, most likely. And Spanish army and French army coming off the board.
Yeah, that did feel good. Two colonials getting their armies blown up in this area of the world felt nice.
Yes.
I didn't really have anything to do with Erie, but...
Well, I mean, it works out well for us.
Yeah.
And we're finally reducing the unit density here, except, of course, they're just going to pump even more units in the next few phases. So.
Yeah, missing that Mexico City snipe is really, really punishing.
Yes, maybe I should have gone for it, especially considering they built the unit there afterwards. I think if they'd have
Yeah, it
stayed
was, I
peaceful
think,
with us,
were they only +1, right? I think that was their only build on the board that phase. So I think that.
No, they built 2 in like mainland Spain.
that so
phase.
when they built
Wasn't
the fleet in Mexico City, they built 2 in mainland Spain. They built the army before it that ended up going to Saltillo and Apache.
Yeah.
I don't know if they built more on that turn. I might just quickly hold back to see. This is the turn they had. Yeah, they had +1. That was the turn they could have built in mainland Spain, and they actually had good reason to, because the French are coming in on them here, right? I think this might have been the phase you were thinking of when you were thinking they had way more reason to be building in Europe, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's like we're trying to de-escalate things, and
Yes. And that army ends up being a pain. Alright, so here we are, after the retreats, after we've managed to take those units off. Now, I think I am just gonna... I mean, at this point, my negotiations are fairly minimal, right? It's fairly clear that I'm at war with Inuit, and... Do I still... I think I still keep... No, okay, I don't keep peace with Spain at all. Never mind. But I am just at war with Inuit in the north. You can see I'm grabbing as many SCs as I can here. Just the moves that I end up going for are just going for as many dots as possible, really. See, I should have support held Tlicho with Sutina, but that shouldn't have worked because they should have also supported this with Chipawyan, so... I managed to pick up Satu, Tuchon, Denaina. You've set me up really well on this phase to just dot as much as possible from them. And I cover Oji Cree against the French at the same time as the French move out against the Inuit. So turns out I shouldn't have bothered here, and more annoying than that, they managed to get the convoy off, which I should not have let get through. I finish off your core in Menominee, and I moved back out into Illinois. I think you just moved Illinois to Miami, right, and didn't fill it. But I am like, okay, I don't... Even if I am fighting the French on the Spanish on this front, I don't want the French getting any further forward. I'll throw the Spanish to support hold here, and just pressure Fort Detroit that bit more at the same time, right? Yeah. This is going to be an interesting situation where we have a lot of tension with the Spanish over this side, but over this side at the same time, I am actively working with them. That probably covers everything from me. Is there anything either of you want to say about this phase? Not particularly, I guess.
I don't think so, yeah. I think it's doing well against the Inuits and the coastal provinces there.
Yeah. It was just a really good year in general for on the dot count front, I think. We end up going plus... Oh, is it? Oh, it's +2 because we lost Talicho at the same time. Okay. But +2 is still good. And this time it's me on builds. I remember someone joking that the coin flips were rigged at some point because you guys won a lot more of them towards the end of the game than we did.
I did wonder. It's like, what was the win-loss percentage of builds?
I should have gone through and checked. But like in the early stages of the game, people were saying, oh, the coin flip isn't real because it was just alternating between the two of us every turn, right? And then at some point, it just starts going mostly to you. But this was one of the phases where it comes to us. Where it comes to me. So I get to decide where to put down those 2 units. I do not remember where I put those 2 units, so I will see. Oh, look, I go Army Fleet. It's the same as you. Except I'm building my army in Shoshone instead of Arapaho. mostly because we really need to deal with this
Yeah.
massive Inuit armies, especially because I let that one get convoyed over to us. Yeah, not much more to say on that. I'm irritated that the Spanish are putting down even more units here, but at least they're not armies.
But what's happening with them elsewhere on the board? I just want to keep on checking. Just they can still build. They've got more builds. Where are they getting these builds from?
I don't know. How many builds? They got a ton of builds that phase. I don't know how they managed. They built everywhere they could except for. No, they could have built down here as well.
They had one unit blown up up there. Must have had some blown up in Europe, perhaps.
I think they took Madrid back and took Lisbon at the same time. I remember this army being a big deal. Like the English come in and then help the Spanish, I think, against the French, or the French against the Spanish. I don't remember, but they got. I think they got a convoy.
It's the English reservation there.
Yes,
because I think they survive on 1SC for a while.
They do. But yeah, good turn from Spain. I assume they also slipped into Udon, which is probably where one of their builds come from, because that does not look like a place they should be right now.
Yeah.
Should have been able to get. Yeah, alright. So at this point as well, Qing is becoming a very real threat there now. It's almost 80%. And just sort of overwhelming everyone on this side of the board, and they're starting to get a lot of units into North Pacific. So a lot of the negotiations between me and Spain are along the lines of, look, we have to start working together here, otherwise Qing is just going to be able to take everything in North Pacific. But at the same time, neither of us can really come up with good ideas of what to do to stop that, right? Because if you force your way into a slot of North Pacific, they get a million options on where to retreat, and we can't cover all of those, so... yeah. It just ends up being huge pain. Anyway, moving ahead, we will go to spring, and this is over to you again, Chamber.
This is when I take a little trip to Europe. I went to Ukraine for about a week, so I spent slightly less time on this than I could. So I have more memories of Ukraine than I do of this phase, to be fair. So we probably might as well go to the orders.
That's very fair, and especially given at this point there's not that much press you have to do, right? It helps to be friendly with people, but at the same time your moves are mostly just trying to take dots off people.
Yeah, it's like I'm trying to stay friendly with France, but obviously France wants to keep a strong border, and I'm like, I don't really want units here, but I suppose I can sort of spare the units to keep a wall against France, just as long as they don't keep on adding armies here, which they do keep on adding armies here.
Yeah,
but I am sort of working together with the French here to try and push the Spanish out.
Yeah, I see that. France moves forward with their unit here and actually blows up another Spanish army in this area. And I see you're fighting the Spanish still. You take Cherokee off them and you take Saltillo off them.
Yeah, at this point, I'm getting the vibe where I can't really trust the Spanish. It feels like I keep on trying to take units away, and they're just like, "Oh, I've got a spare unit to put down. Why don't I just put it in Mexico City?" And like, well, how about I take Mexico City off of you, so you can't do that anymore?
Yeah. Sea of Cortez is sad to see. You get into Vizcano Bay to counter it, thankfully. I don't know why they would self-bounce themselves in Belanga instead of just going there, but hey, that's up to them, I guess.
I might be like expecting me NEC to move down, but I'm still rather concerned with Inuits at this point, so don't really have a huge reason to change focus with NEC.
Yes, and speaking of Inuit up here, you managed to blow up one of their units, which is really nice. In Sakani, I see the the double core here because you don't really have anything else to do with those, right?
Yeah. I saw they only had one unit bordering. It's like I don't need to support or hold with both of them, so I just like might as well core. Maybe something gets off.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And then over here, pushing into Kivachek Bay to try and take that edge of Alaska. Sadly, they slip into Alutes at the same time, right?
Yeah.
All right. Anything else you want to say about this phase?
I don't think so. I think the move set is expected.
Okie dokie. Let's go ahead then. Retreats. You can see some the Spanish having to fall back from those positions you pushed them out of, and then this is the position that it gets handed to me in. So there are a few things here. Myself and the Spanish have this long discussion about needing to deal with Qing and the whole North Pacific Ocean situation, how we're going to do that, and also the fact that we need to kind of peace out in order to do that. And also the fact that the French are flooding forward on all of these fronts now, and we really don't want them to let them do that. So, I, again, cannot remember exactly what the moves we agreed to were, but I'm fairly certain everything that we do here ends up being agreed. So, we sort of put it in such a position that we that I get back to Nueva Vizcaya and Apache, they get back to Saltillo and like having this border here, and then we're all we're all happy again. The one thing that wasn't agreed, they wanted Cherokee back as part of this, and I said yes to that, and then did not move out to Cherokee because I'm pretty happy to get the build at this point, to be honest. And I figure like one build isn't going to make that much of a difference, right? The other thing here, I have a long discussion with Inuit where we're talking about the French situation and working together to deal with them because France is now running over them at the same time, right? And I think they said I'd be okay to take Tlicho if I want to, as long as I redirect these forces against Cree and let them keep Chipewyan and like these provinces over here. And I say sure to that, and then I go ahead and attack them anyway, because I think it leaves them open to attack. I think we need to take these provinces at this point anyway, in order to stay in the race. And by doing that, they've kind of left themselves open to that stab. So we get Tlicho, we get Chipewyan, and over here, I'm quite proud of this one, because I figured out what Inuit is likely to do in order to try and defend this as I demilitarize, because they asked me to move out of Kivachek Bay, and the obvious thing to do for them, well, the best move for them is to tap Kivachek from both directions, so that whichever one Kivachek supports in doesn't work, right? It will cut that support no matter what. So, seeing that they're likely to tap it from both directions, I support Alutes out into Kivachek Bay, which counters the self-bounce move out of Kivachek to let that go, and then I keep Alutes by doing that. So I could have done it in a less fancy way by just supporting Kivachek into Yupik. That would have worked fine. But this way is a bit of a fancy way to keep a dot in this position. Anyway, that about wraps it up for this phase. We then move ahead to the fall. Here, oh, this is actually huge, right? So Inuit has the option to spite us here, and just retreat into Salish and be annoying, right, forever. And I was fairly confident they would do that, and then the phase goes through, and we get a double disband. Sleet Show comes off, and Chippewa comes off, and I was just over the moon with this. And then the player comes back and goes, "Oops, I missed the phase." So, so that was a very convenient missed phase for us. I think there was probably a meme on your side that my side kept sending us into grace, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You kept on gracing, whereas we had max. I think we had like 1 day of grace, one time, then maybe like a couple at most hours.
Yes, it was never me. I will go ahead and say this. I always got my orders in time, even though it was sometimes only just in time. But there were other people around the board who would fail to enter their orders, and so the phase would be extended a bit. The problem for this Inuit player was that they were Australian, so when it went into grace for them, they got like an hour or 2 hours to enter their orders, and they were asleep for that time. So eventually the mods just went, "Screw it, you're disbanding everything." But yeah, that ends up working out really well for us. And we are now +3. Oh, I also forgot this. Part of the deal with Spain was that I would disband this unit in Saltillo. And after some consideration, mainly of the fact that they've taken Gulf of Mexico, they've moved that away now. I think I prefer it to be in Karankawa, because we get a bit of a shot on some of their stuff over here. And so, yeah, this is the position that you end up with on the build phase. Do you want to talk us through it?
I wouldn't be surprised if I did Fleet Miwok, Army Parahow, and Army Ghostwhite, I think.
That is... Oh, it's Fleet Yakuts this time.
I like to change it up occasionally.
Yeah, but I think these are very sensible builds right now. We don't need anything in Paiute or Shoshone here. Yeah, I like these. And I assume at this point you're just thinking that you're probably going to be at war with Spain still?
Yeah, it's just like, go south. Because if you look east, there's like a wall of French units, and I'm like, I'm not breaking that thing anytime soon. And despite the slow going of Mexico, it certainly looks like it'll be faster to go that direction than into France.
Yep, 100% agreed. And like, if I really didn't want you to go for Spain, I absolutely should have disbanded that unit retreating from Saltillo. I think that would have sent something of a message that I didn't want you going this way. But as much as Spain and I were negotiating around keeping Qing out of here and knocking the French back over here, it was in the back of my mind that, like, we need to get the dots that we need in order to win the game, and we're not going to do that if we focus entirely on throwing units at the front that we can't advance and at the front that has no dots in it, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it makes sense. Were you still in Europe at this point?
I think let's check. That build might have been like, I might be in Krakow that build phase. Yeah, I think I was back in Scotland in the turn.
Gotcha. So you had a little bit more time now to talk to people and stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But there's still not that much talking to do, right? It's mostly
it's basically trying to keep platitudes between me and France, like, don't come any further and I won't go any further. But it's like, we don't really want to help each other, because if he helps me, that's like another contender to sort of maybe have to push over the line, and I don't really want to help him, and because he's pretty far ahead, and it's just like...
Yeah. that makes sense. Shall we move straight to the moves here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I did actually want to get Ezio's opinion. I know I haven't mentioned you for a while, Ezio, sorry.
Oh yeah, I just been spamming game tactics. I'm pinging people about things. Very active, very annoying.
That's very fair. But I was wondering, in this position, like, as Shoshone, you're now on 23 out of 36, so still got 13 dots to get. Where would you say those dots come from? Like, if you need to get the full 13 here, where are you getting them from?
I'd have to do some dot counting. But my instinct is that we can get a lot from Spain, and God, can we? I have to look at the actual tactical line. Maybe we can like snipe Fort Detroit. But no, we need more fleets.
Yeah,
We got a lot of fleets already.
We
Yeah,
do.
that's one thing. It's like trying to move the fleets out of like the Cascadia Basin and Yakult Bay was a pain. It just slow evacuation of fleets that couldn't really do much.
Yeah, it's just this area is so buffered from the like NPO region. Things get stacked back here a lot. But like my thinking, it wasn't really what I was focused on this point, but I think we maybe should have been more focused on it. And like Chamber, you had already made a point of this, that we need to get a core somewhere on the other coast in order to get the dots that we need. Ezio, I was wondering if you think that's necessary from this position as well, if you need to get fleets out on the other coast in order to get the 13.
I don't know about the other coast, but we need our fleets to get us some dots. We've built way too many fleets to just have a couple of coastal dots like this. But yeah, we need, like, I don't know, wherever these dots come from. They could just go south, right? We could just try to like get in North Pacific. I mean, it's something in North Pacific Ocean, but we could try to just like eat the Mexican coast and then get down to like South America. There are a lot of dots along that coast over there. But we need to use our fleets to get dots is the fundamental point.
All right. Well, yeah. We will see how that goes. We move forward to the moves here. Chamber, these were yours. Here, anything you want to point out?
Yeah, I think this is the second spring of bounces. I'm trying to move my fleets down south, but obviously bounced out by Spain there.
Yeah, it's just really rough trying to get them out of here because, like, I would say Berlanga Ridge is really difficult to get into, while Spain doesn't want you to get into it, right? So that doesn't really work for getting units out, but the only other route you can really get them out is through NPO itself, and we don't have enough units on NPO to actually manage that. So you're stuck in an impossible situation here, right? Oh, although you do put the Inuits into Chukchis here.
Yeah, I'm trying to sort of delay Qing. That was the one bit of Inuit sort of cooperation we had beyond maybe the first two phases.
Yes, I think that's a really good move here, especially considering it stops. Well, it doesn't. It stops a core in a sense. You could have also stopped that.
I think that province was going to be full core this turn, so I'm like, well, I don't really want that to happen. So I will say to Inuits, I will be willing to support you into this province this turn.
Yes, like Qing is coring a lot and trying to core everywhere on the coast, which makes sense, right? If you're regional and you've grown massive, you want to get cores on your front line so you don't have to build in a tiny region in the middle. But yeah, I really like that. And at the same time, you are still going for the Inuit dots, right? You're going up to Nunavut to go for Equilliot and Salik and such. What's happening here?
I'm not sure, to be fair. I can't quite remember. I think I figured that that the French might support the Inuit here or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It's not disastrous anyway. We've got lots of units around Audrey to take it back again on the next turn, right?
Yeah.
And I think prioritizing getting into Nunavut is a good idea, because if we can take one of these provinces, that's way more valuable than just a random province we can take back anytime. Alright, anything else you want to talk about here?
I don't think so. I think, well, I will say, I think that Apache Saltillo bounce was arranged. So, but I was just me trying to make sure they don't get into Nueva Vizcaya and me just basically stabbing them again. But I felt like we were pretty much at war, so it's like,
yeah, that's very fair. I mean, they're moving into Zacatecas at the same time, and Gulf of Mexico. I feel like they are mobilizing towards you, but at the same time, you're giving them a support hold in Jamestown, so they do manage to hold against the French. I think that's smart. I do remember this, like, on the last year you moved out of Menominee as well, and I moved back in again because I was worried about the French stabbing from Fort Detroit, and now you're moving back out again.
Well, I think what I want to try and do is open that center up so it's free to build, and I felt like I was safe enough to do that with this France, because it's like neither of us are really pushing against each other, and it's like we're trying to keep things neutral, but another army there would be nice.
Yes, that was definitely what I thought you were trying to do, like get that open for a build, and I figured it would be good to get that open for a build, but at the same time, I really don't want France getting in. So I thought, hopefully I bounce with France and then we get to build there anyway. But I think I actually do that twice, moving us back to Menominee and then just covering up the spot so we can't build there again.
These things happen.
Yep. Alright, is that everything for you this phase?
I think so, yeah.
Alright, let's move ahead then. Here we go, through the retreats, and so this is the position I get handed. I'm gonna move straight to moves here, I think. Because okay, so I do manage to get into Salik, which is pretty huge here. I was pretty convinced that the Inuits were going to cover that, but I figured I may as well try just in case they didn't. And I talked with Russia to make sure that they weren't... wait, no, they can't even go for that one. That must be on a later turn. But they go for Equaliate as well. Oh, it's that Russia approaches me and says they're going to Equaliate because I really wanted to go Nunavut up there. Because it's uncontested if the Russians don't go for it. But Russia said they were absolutely going for it. There was nothing I could do to stop that, so I go for Salik instead, and it ends up getting in regardless, which is really nice. Over here, I send Chipewyan down to Ojibwe, thinking that they might try and support Ojibwe up to Chipewyan, and this might counter that. But I end up playing the worst possible moveset here because it means they just get back into Chipewyan and we don't take that one, which was a pain. You can see I'm covering up Menominee again, so no build there.
I'm getting Alut's vibes from this.
Yes, yeah, this is my version of Alut's. And then I think I tried to piece out the French here. You can see that I'm supporting... sorry, not the French, the Spanish. I'm trying to support the Spanish through to Tutelo here, but it doesn't do enough. The French managed to counter-support twice, and so take Jamestown. And I can't remember if this was an arranged swap. I feel like it was an arranged swap, but they had said they were going in with the fleet, so it wouldn't threaten me anymore, and then they went in with the army. It was like, oh, okay, well, I'm frustrated about that, but also the amount of stuff that I've done to Spain at this point, they can probably justify doing something like that. And then over here, just taking UPIC, and you'll note that I am not really focusing on NPO at all. Yeah, or I think I even just let Chukchi's go, which is unfortunate, but there wasn't really anything I could do to save it from here. So, yeah, the other thing here is that Russia is still working really closely with Qing, and I tried to talk to the Russian player and go, is there any chance that you could like attack Qing in any way or like cause them any kind of issue? And Russia was just like, no, I don't have the units on this front. If other people go in on them first, I can do it. I'm like, well, Mughals are going in on them, but that was not working. So this Russia was pretty solidly allied with them. And I think that was the only bit of negotiation I really did to try and stop Qing. Because I'm being lazy. Alright. So that was this phase. We then go into winter. And this is you again.
Yippee! How many did we get?
We get +1.
One.
Really, only +1?
I have to choose between a fleet Miwok or army Arapaho. I think I choose army. No, maybe I do like army Ghost Suite here. I think
it might well be. Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, that's a very flexible position, and also, I mean, given Nueva, it's probably the best place for it. But yeah, I'm really surprised we only went +1, because like we took UPIC, we took Salik, we took Chitimacha, but I guess we then lost Nueva and Chipewyan. This is like such a bad decision for me to move that way, but yeah, it is what it is. And we can see the French stuffing more armies into this area. Well, one more army, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, next phase is more of the same in terms of turns, except I noticed Russia up here. I didn't notice Russia anywhere near me last phase, so I'm like, what the heck are they doing there? But looking back, it's like I don't talk with Russia, to be fair. I'm not even sure I noticed them this phase.
I mean, fair, they don't actually border you here.
Yeah,
so.
I think it's next phase. I see like 4 fleets in and around the Arctic Ocean. Well, I suppose we'll get to that, but
Yes.
I again, it's in terms of moves, it's more trying to keep France neutral. Because it's like, okay, I see him putting more armies down. I don't want him to push me. I don't really want to move armies away. So it's just like, I don't know what to do with France. It's like, I can't imagine pushing that.
It's an impossible position, right? There's just too many units here. We would need fleet support from Hudson Bay or from the other side over here in order to actually make any progress. We've got as many, well, almost as many armies as we possibly could have on this front, and we still can't make any progress here.
Yeah, and it doesn't help there's like a third party partaking in the sort of line there, so there's a bit of uncertainty with that as well.
Yes,
but I am determined to sort of try and get rid of Inuits in North America. I'm not looking for to work with them to push Cree this phase, or
yeah. I think that's correct in this position. Honestly, they shouldn't even be in this position still. That was a mistake on my part, letting them in. So, do you want to move 2 moves?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Oh god. Oh,
It's this face.
Okay, so the bot broke on this turn and decided to color in all the non-high seas provinces, including the sea ones. So we have an interesting, an interesting looking map. But yeah, thankfully it gets resolved pretty quickly after this. But this turn looks a bit awful.
I don't know. I kind of like it. I like showing the control of the seas, like who's sort of last in the seas. If it were like a map option, you could ask the bot for. I'd see it maybe being useful, but just mainly fun to look at once in a while.
Yeah, it is interesting to see which sea provinces have never been entered, right?
Yeah.
So Southern Sea and Mascarene Sea. Great Australian Bight, which I'm not sure I've ever seen entered in any game, but because
Aotearoa being the meme province that no one goes into.
Yes, Solomon Islands. I've seen people in that every so often, but yeah.
I think one thing I was surprised is that North Atlantic Ocean 3 hasn't been in.
Oh yeah, that's pretty huge actually. Also, like, how did they manage to evict England without anyone ever going to White Bay? That's pretty impressive as well.
Yeah.
I guess there's a lot more sea provinces around here than there used to be when I... Because this English position used to be completely impenetrable. They had... I think it was this entire island was surrounded by 2 sea provinces. But they've split it up a lot more since and joined it to the mainland, so maybe that's less important now. But yeah, you're absolutely right. NAO3 being empty is a bit absurd. Well, never having been entered. Anyway, that's not too relevant to the actual moves here.
Yeah, well, moves are they're mainly defensive in the east, going from this point, west even.
Over here.
At this point of it's like, I think this is the point I realize I can kind of delay Qing pushing this way. I just again have to rely on other people to do their part against Qing.
Yeah, I think you actually do manage to take NPO4 here, right? It's covered up by the Qing arrow going the other way, but with Spanish support, you get that.
Me and Spain are kind of working together against Qing, but it's like we do need more fleets here, and it's sort of hard to get fleets out here.
Yes. But it also goes to show just how painful it is to try and conquer NPO or any high seas province after someone has already stuffed it with fleets. Because you take one province here with like 3 units, right? And they've still got 4 more fleets. What are we going to do with that one? We can try and push on this side or slip through or something, but then we have to get another unit pushed through into NPO behind it. It's really difficult to make any kind of progress at all. But I do...
Yeah, this is why high seas provinces need an infinite amount of provinces you can go into.
Honestly, that would be an interesting variant, and a lot more true to life, right? You can usually slip past 5 enemy fleets in the North Pacific, I think.
You could, like, Master and Commander Imp Dip.
But yeah, sadly it is not the what we have in this reality, so we will need to go and slowly push out into NPO. I think I ruined your NPO position on the next turn by accident anyway, so... but congratulations for managing to push 1 unit out here.
Yeah, I think Spain wanted, like, fleets away from there, so they were easy to work with getting leads into North Pacific, but I think that's the only one I managed to get out there.
Yeah, it's a bit painful to see them take out Apache at the same time, but I assume that was agreed as part of...
I don't think so.
No, okay. Fair.
I do remember France saying, "Oh, I'll support you into Katoba this turn." But I think at this point I realize they're very much against me growing anymore because I would be included in the win, and that would take a while to get me up to the thing in their mind.
Yeah, that was something that came up a lot in France and I's conversation on our side as well. Was France basically constantly trying to get me to work with them against Spain, and then me saying, look, if we're working together, it has to be in a way that gets me to the finish line with you, right? Because I've got a lot more catching up to do right now. You're one dot off the victory, and we need 12. So, and they would just refuse to do stuff that would actually give me dots. So it just didn't work out. Yeah. Anything else you want to point out on this turn?
Try to core Salik in the north to maybe get a fleet out in the future. Also repositioning around Chipewyan.
Yeah. I think this is hugely important. That was a really good move, starting to core this province, because again, getting a fleet into Hudson Bay could be the difference maker on this front. It certainly opens up a lot more options for getting into the French lands. We can start convoying through or take something up north or something. And like, worst case, we could even just send a fleet out Hudson Bay and YOLO it, try and get it around North Atlantic Ocean to here or something. Right. But getting that fleet out is really important in order to keep our expansion options open. Sad part is, it takes 2 turns to core. I'm going to have to finish the core on the fall turn. Then you're going to have to move out on the spring turn, and we're going to have to build the year after that, so it takes forever.
Yeah.
But nothing we can really do about that. All right. Anything else you want to talk about?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think this. I think this is me slowly realizing there's a bunch of Russian fleets coming into the Arctic.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot more obvious on this map. When you've got the Arctic colored in Russian. But yeah, so we then move ahead. You've managed to blow up the last Inuit fleet on this side. They've still got this area, but that should be relatively easy to push them out of. In fact, can we even? Maybe we can't push them out of it yet, because you got bounced out of Ojikri by French plus Inuit, right? But yeah, there are the retreats here. This is an interesting retreat, Apache to Karankawa. Did you have any particular reason for that over GPA?
I think mainly it was for you to cut the support in Saltillo if you wanted. If Apache was going to hold, Saltillo might support hold Apache or something.
Yeah, that's a good thing to do. Great Plains is... I'm a little worried about Great Plains at this point because it now has 2 enemy units adjacent, right? But we do still have a lot of friendly units adjacent too.
Yeah.
So we can probably cover it. Alright, so going into the next phase, it was still this kind of map. Going into the next turn, like the one with the colored ocean provinces. But I asked the mods to remake it after after they managed to get the bots working, because I did not want that kind of map for the whole thing. I'm sorry. Honestly, it could. I think it could look alright if these were like semi-transparent.
To better show what's ocean and what's or sea provinces and what's land.
Yeah, but as is, this is incredibly unusable.
Thankfully, I've played enough hours of EU4 to know what is meant to be sea and what's meant to be land provinces.
Yeah, fun fact: the Paradox, way before they made EU4, actually made a diplomacy computer game, and it had this kind of mechanic where it would color in the sea when you moved in towards it. So that is, as far as I know, the only online thing or the computer thing that has ever colored in the sea provinces in diplomacy. Anyway, moving on. This is the position that I get given, right? 4 moves. And again, I don't quite remember what I did, so I will go ahead and have a look. Oh, okay, so we did try and maintain our position on the North Pacific by basically cutting everything that they could possibly do, right? Attack. You can see so many moves coming in here. And Spain and I are working together to just try and get something. We try and support through North Equatorial into NPO at the same time as cutting everything. But unfortunately that doesn't make it, because obviously NPO 4 gets cut. And they cover absolutely everything on this side of the North Pacific while they take NPO 4. So I can't even retreat anywhere useful on this side. It's such overwhelming fleet force at this point. The only thing I can really do is wonder, could we have gotten there if we'd have sent fleets out earlier? But realistically, I don't think we would have gotten much out of doing that, and we probably would have been in a significantly worse position. So yeah, it's just like the NPO situation is not good. Over here, finish your take of Nome. Move back this way, ready to take Chipewyan. This is a little painful. I could have taken Chipewyan on this turn if I wanted to. I'm really sorry that I'm probably mispronouncing that, but hey. But it would have required me giving up Ojikri to do, and I figured the French were almost certainly going to support the Inuit through, so I just decided to maintain control of this instead. Let Inuit take the disband from losing Nome, and then we should be able to get the other dolls on the next turn.
Yeah, I think Ojikri is more essential to our defense against Spain here. Not Spain, France.
Yeah, probably. I was also a bit worried that Inuit might just say screw it and put France through into Ojikri, and then I'm really not happy with the position.
Would have been, yeah.
But yeah, I also finished your core on Salik, so we're halfway there to getting a fleet out into the Atlantic, or onto the Atlantic side of things, which would be very nice, but we'll see what happens with that as we go along. Myself and the Spanish working together completely on this front, right? And we agree that I should get Apache back because I do not want them adjacent to GPL. This is all agreed here. This here is probably my biggest regret of the game. Because I looked at this afterwards and went, why didn't I start coring that? That would have been such a good core. Especially because I would start coring it in fall, you'd be able to finish the core in spring, and then I could move out on the next fall and we could get the fleet there instantly, right? And Fleet Gulf of Mexico would have been amazing.
That would have been, yeah.
But I just didn't think of it here. I don't know, did you consider that when you went into Chitamacha in the first place?
I don't think I expected you to core it. I think I've most of the game I had been looking at coring something on the East Coast, because I do recognize there's a whole bunch of dots that are just assailable unless you've got like some fleet support.
Yeah. Chitamacha would have been a really awesome province to do that in. And it, like, looking back at it, I was thinking your Karankara retreat makes this even better coring Chitamacha, because they literally can't get a unit to it to tap it unless they go in from Gulf of Mexico with a fleet, right? So I was so well set up to do that here, but I ended up not doing it. That was it's a bit painful. But that's about everything for this phase from me. Again, there isn't a ton of negotiation going on at this point, because apart from myself talking with Spain to make sure that we're coordinating, I am sort of in outright war with France. They are continuously trying to get me to help them, and at the same time, I am not doing that because I don't want to let them win.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, the other thing is Russia gave us a tip-off as to what Qing would be doing on this turn to try and get us to position well against Qing, right, in NPO. Ended up not really helping us because there wasn't really that much we could do to stop them. But it at least showed that Russia was willing to counter what Qing was doing in the press, if not on the board. So we then move ahead to the retreats. I have the option to retreat to Guatemala Basin, and amusingly, that is like the only reasonable option. I could go to Philippine Sea or Solomon Islands. Neither of them really help at all. Spain wanted me to take this off the board for obvious reasons, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, I mean, at least that's getting somewhere that's near dots, right? I'm gonna take that. So I go into Guatemala Basin here with the retreat. And this one is my turn to build. So +1 here. I do not remember what I built, so I will go ahead and see. Did I wave? I must have... Oh, yes, okay. So I waved this phase.
I remember you waved this one as well, yeah. I think what I thought you did it for was, since we just finished Salik,
Yes.
that'd be one in the pocket.
That is absolutely what I did it for, because I wasn't 100% confident that we'd keep the same number of supply centers going into the next year. Like, it's tough to see where exactly we're expanding. Well, no, it's not that tough to see. We can try and get Nuevas, Cairo, and Saltillo, and whatnot. But I think there's a lot of scenarios where we lose a dot somewhere, especially like in Cherokee, something like that. So I wanted to make sure there was a unit available to build in Salik. Might have been a mistake at this point, I don't know. But yeah, I end up waiving it and send it over to you with no build. And this is the position you have.
I think this is start of turns where I just do mass holds in like the west, where it's just like apart from Nome, which I tried going into the Arctic Ocean, which I didn't realize there was a Russian fleet up there to try and get round into. It's like I see a fleet Nome. Oh, maybe we can get a fleet in the east coast up north. But unfortunately, the Russian fleet, I think, keeps our fleet in Nome.
Yeah, shall I move to show the moves here? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah. Russia just has a lot of fleets up here at this point. We could have got in with the support, maybe, if they're not tapping us.
Yeah, I didn't realize Russia was in Arctic Ocean.
Yes.
I just didn't see it.
It's a tough province to see stuff in. You don't realize quite how far it extends, right? And the fact it extends over all of these islands as well is a bit confusing. But yes, ends up being a big bounce, and you bounce them out of Nunavut as well, but managed to get the unit out of Salik, which is good. Ready for the build.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, the Chippewan fleet goes to Hudson Bay, which puts some uncertainty whether we can keep Salik this turn.
Yeah.
I do push into North Equatorial Current, getting a Lancashire out.
Yep. I notice you've
obviously-
taken advantage of me being
Yes.
in Guatemala base here.
Yeah, I mean, I think seeing that I can't really, you can't really hold a fleet in North Pacific Ocean even with Spain's help here. I'm just thinking, well, I just take dots off of them at this point. We tried working together against Qing there, and we didn't really do much. So just turn around and try and grow.
Yep, that makes sense. And like you're doing here what I should have done many years ago to stop them building up here. But yeah, I think it all makes sense. Like at this point, our best bet of being in the win, because these guys have already crossed over 100%, right? We're just trying to stay within range. In order to stay within range, we need to gain supply centers. So any supply centers we can get are really good for us. Anything else you want to talk about here?
I think this was another phase where I kind of held hope that France would support me into Katoba there. Because I'm just thinking, what's the quickest way to grow? I'll try to believe France in this situation.
Yeah.
That might have been wishful thinking.
It's kind of funny looking at this from the full perspective, because I had no idea that you'd even gone for Catawba on either of these turns, right? I thought you were just holding a line against France with the Spanish on that front. So looking back at it, seeing Cherokee trying to get into Catawba twice is very funny, especially because my France would absolutely have supported that move. One of the reasons that that was something they were trying to get me to do as well on some turns, and I generally turned it down on the reasoning that they wouldn't agree to like back out of anything on the front over here. Maybe I should have accepted it.
Yeah, I do know that there's like slowly moving forward. So just like it's like if they're gonna slowly move forward, might as well slowly take their support into other dots.
Yeah. Oh, also my Spain got really frustrated that your Spain never built Fleet St. Augustine to like go out and try and hold the Gulf Stream and stuff like that. That was something they raised pretty repeatedly.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I think that the armies like Saltillo or one of those armies could have been a fleet in St. Augustine, and I think that would have been a much better pick in a faraway turn.
Or if they like ever made a core in the Caribbean and could build out there instead of St. Augustine, like
Yeah.
surely they've had opportunities to make it happen, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't know if they have had that many opportunities because their fleets have always been pushed to the front line fighting whoever's here, right? Specifically because they never put down more fleets on this front. So it's sort of a like the problem all stems back to them not building Fleet St. Augustine. But yeah, taking the opportunity to core Havana or Baracoa or something would have been awesome for them too. All right, yeah. Anything else you want to say about this phase, Chamber?
I think this is definitely a point where I'm running out of steam for the whole thing. It's like I'm not entirely sure how we can power fast enough to maybe at least stop them from trying to win. Because I think it's either this turn or next turn there's a vote to... Well, I'm not sure exactly how the vote things, but we had a vote at some point saying Mughals, Sweden, France, and Mughal, Sweden, France, and Qing, surrendering to them, and that fell through. I'm not sure if that was this turn or next turn.
It
depending
probably is this turn. It's so the surrender vote in Imperial Diplomacy, I don't think they originally had it in the game, but it is the option to, if the board unanimously votes to just give up to a joint win of other people or a solo win of someone else, then even if they haven't achieved the conditions to make that win happen, those people can win, right? But it has to be unanimous, and in this game, that means it has to be unanimous across both boards. So it got proposed in our chat as well. And there were like 3 people on my side who voted it down, including myself. I did as well. Yeah. I voted it down. Yeah, it's much easier to say yes as one of the powers who has no chance of winning, but we're close enough to it that I basically made the case, hey, if you include me in the victory,
yes,
then I'll vote yes. Right.
Well, I never said that outright because I didn't have full faith. To be fair, that would make it over the threshold.
Yeah, but like at that point, you're just kind of hoping that you're going to be enough of an annoyance that they will eventually just include you in the win out of like desperation to end it.
Yeah, because I know a few people are getting fed up. Like I remember Ayatai in this game getting rather upset over their full guys move.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can definitely see why they'd be a bit upset. But yes, so I do think at this point that was basically our only chance to a win was getting into a surrender vote, because I don't think we have a way of getting 11 dots from this position. It's just a little bit too difficult to push anywhere without the game being extended by a huge amount anyway. So I was hoping we'd just get within range and then they'd be ready to finish the game so they'd include us in the draw. We'll see what comes of that, but the surrender vote right now fails. Is the important thing to note. Anything else you want to say here, or shall we move along?
Keep moving it along.
Okay. Oh yeah, one thing I need to point out is Qing is now taking Hawaii. Literally nothing anyone can do to stop them doing that, because they have full control over the North Pacific. Alright, so Spring Retreats here. Going into this position is the one I get handed. And here I try and make a deal with Spain, which is basically, okay, if you just, because I'm a little bit afraid that they will just retaliate like as a screw you move, because we've gone into all of their dots and they're definitely not able to win. I was like, okay, if you just donate centers to us when we need them, and like we keep working together anywhere else, I will only vote up a surrender vote if it includes you in the winners. And that's a really odd deal to make at this point, especially considering the people on your side couldn't be made aware of that deal, right? So you would just keep getting Spain included in the potential surrender, and you would presumably vote it down because of that, right?
I might have just I might have voted for it. Just you know what, the more the merrier.
Yeah. But myself and Spain, we do make this agreement at this point, but it's sort of like a maybe kind of thing. They weren't that committed to doing that. So I was hoping they might just give us dots in order to keep us in range, but they never outright agree to give us anything, so it sort of doesn't come to anything here. Alright, so we'll move to the moves here. And then we do end up just fighting on this front, it turns out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm just backfilling GPL. Oh, this was the really annoying phase, because I talked to Russia so much, and I was like, please stab Qing, please. And they would not agree to stab Qing, especially considering that Sweden had stabbed them or something like that. So I was like, just please let me have a chance to fight for the win here. Don't support Inuit into Solik. because I was like 90% sure that Inuit was going to ask them for support into Sleek. And Russia did that thing where they go sort of yes, but in few enough words that you know that they're lying. And I was like, oh no, please no. And so they put Inuit into Sleek, and we lose our core there that we spent 2 years trying to get a building now. It was so painful. And like right after this phase, Russia came to me saying, oh, hang on, I think I want to help you like stop France and Qing. And I was like, you bastard, you should have said that to me last turn. Why is it now that you've suddenly decided that after you screwed me over? But hey, I don't think it would have made a huge difference in this case. But it was just frustrating. That's basically the only important thing that happens this... Oh no, there is one more important thing. I lose Cherokee, which is painful. Because I forget how many units border it here. I didn't see the connection between Jamestown and Cherokee.
Yeah.
So, end up losing that. And we end up, myself and Spain end up retreating to the same place, which I think is beneficial in my case, because, well, in our case, because one less Spanish army there is nice. But yeah, we then have the builds, and we have managed to go +3, which is pretty neat. Although one of those pluses is this unit in Cherokee being taken off the board. So, do you remember what your builds were in this turn?
It might have been Army, Arapaho, and Fleet Milwaukee this turn.
Well...
Oh, yeah, I had another one as well. It's, Army Go-Suit. Yeah.
Nice. But yeah, back to all familiar again. I think at this point there's, like, not much that we can do with any number of units, but this is an absolutely fine builds. And more French builds being pumped into this area as well. Woo!
Yeah.
But yeah, you will note here that Sweden has been pulled up to the 100% mark. France and Qing, I think, both agreed with Sweden to try and get them into the win. And they tried to kick Mughal down, and Mughal stayed just within range. They need to be 35%, within 35% to stop the win. And they are 33.5% behind right now. So
They're like 25.
No, 25.
Oh, sorry, is it 25? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I can't do maths. Never mind.
Was this pre-patch? Because there was a patch when they changed it to 35.
No, this was post-patch, so actually this wasn't close then. I
mean,
remember
but it does look like
close,
they're explicitly trying to make it a three-way. The problem is that there are like 3 other countries that are all pretty close to stopping it.
Yes. We are one of them, so we need to petition to be the one to stop them, but it doesn't seem like we're going to be able to get that many centers.
Just get Spain to throw to you. Easy.
What can they even throw? They can throw, what, 1, 2, 3? They can't really give us very much.
If they're like convoying you, you can take Belize.
Oh, yeah, true. They could put us in Havana as well with the convoy, but my Spain at least would not have done that. I assume, Chamber, your Spain also wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I think our tumultuous, like rough relationship. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I mean, it's nothing personal, but yeah, throwing tea is a bit meh.
Yep. All right,
that's
so
very common.
Yeah. You really need to get someone solidly on side in order for them to throw to you, and like what we've been doing this game is not that. Ezio is more of an expert at making that happen than I am, I think.
What? Hold up. Anyway, whatever.
I've played the Blitz games with you. You're always the person who manages to get people to throw them dots. On my side, I'm just sitting there waiting for you to do it.
Yeah, remember your first Spain win? Excuse you?
Okay, let's gloss over that one.
Yeah, Mr. Oh, I don't get people to throw to me. I just take them by honest warfare, whatever.
All right, so Chamber, this is your spring. Do you want to go straight to moves or talk about?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's more of the same. Trying to defend against Qing in the Pacific. I think they managed to break through though.
I think they get
No, they don't.
Gulf of Anadir,
No, you got Gulf of Endor. Yeah.
but it's like, yeah, there's nothing you could have done to stop that. They've got so much control.
But it looks like Qing are also now attacking Spain in the Pacific.
Mm-hmm. They have
right?
been
They're
for a
like
little
waiting to
while.
Indonesia.
They tried to. Well, they've taken Hawaii and Galapagos off Spain, and there was nothing that we could really do to stop that, right? And now they're just pivoting full force into this area.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to tax at least some of their units. So maybe you got a chance.
Yeah, potentially. But at the same time, I think we've got enough fleets that Qing is never going to take very much from us over here. But at the same time, like, we're never going to be able to advance against them either. It's kind of a stalemate situation. Because even Aleuts, they can't. They would have to batter their way through North Equatorial, which they absolutely can. But then we can just surround that with fleets, right? And they can't really get any further. So yeah, sorry, Chamber. Anything else you wanted to talk about?
Trying to core Mexico City to get
I love it.
A core on the East Coast, but another plan foiled by the dastardly Europeans.
Well, at least you managed to take one of their fleets off, and you correct my mistake in Cherokee, pushing back in with everything.
Probably should have taken from Caddo there, though.
Maybe. It depends whether you thought that Spain might cut you in musketry.
That's
right?
true.
But yeah, I think this is absolutely fine taking it from anywhere. It's not like you were really going to get St. Augustine anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've got full control of GPL. France isn't managing to advance up here, which is good. And I like this in particular, like double tap on both sides of here, so they have no combination of moves that can get the Mochi Cree.
Do we have any fleets up the north?
We've got the ones over here, but that one's Russian, unfortunately.
And Russia is hostile to us, looks like. Unlucky.
So full Russia at this point isn't hostile to us anymore, despite the fact that they supported Inuit into Salik. But I don't know about the Spring Russia. Did you manage to talk to them at all?
No. I just figured they're trolling at this point, so I felt like, you know what? I think at this point I resorted communication through emoji or something, mainly.
Fair enough. All right, shall I move ahead then?
Yeah, I think this might be the last turn, is it? Last year?
Yeah, we are going into the final phase now.
Doesn't bode well for the good guys.
Yep. We have to try and stay within range, but again, we're not really getting anything. We managed to get New Wave of Vizcaya and Cherokee back, but it's not the sort of mass gains that you need to get. And of course, the problem with trying to prevent a joint win like this is that all of the big powers will just swap SCs between them to try and get themselves further ahead, right? Which is exactly what they do here. They juggle a bunch of provinces. I think in this area? Maybe they don't, actually. Maybe they just do it all naturally. I think they tried to get... yeah, okay, so Qing supports the Swedish into Verkotteroy, and Sweden gets into Arkhangelsk as well. I think they did some stuff, but hey, how are the Swedish down here? That's impressive. But yeah, on this turn, France had asked me to support their solo attempt, and I said, yes, absolutely, I will do anything you ask of me, and then they realized that I was probably lying to them, and so did not. Which I absolutely was. I went and talked to Spain and asked them if France had also asked them that, and they had. And so we tried to make a plan where we would get stuff off France through pretending to throw to them, but again, it didn't go anywhere. And you can see that I'm just making very natural moves here and trying to blow up the Spanish unit, take what I can, not make the mistake of only putting 2 support holds on Cherokee this turn, actually put 3 on, and lose North Equatorial Current on the last turn, because we can't really keep it against the Death Star Ray here. Oh yeah, one other thing. Russia asked if there was anything they could do to help me. They can't really help with anything because they've moved away from Selig. So I just said, hey, can you convoy me into Greenland, just in case the game carries on? And they said, sure, and did that. So we did actually get a unit out into the Atlantic, kind of, by the end of the game. So yeah, this is the final end state. Sweden gets up to 117.9. Mughal is on 82.4, which I think is just far enough behind for them to win. And we end up in 5th with 27 out of the 36 SCs that we needed for VSCC. Which I think is a pretty good run. I know it's not a win at the end of the day, but it felt like a really good game.
It's respectable, I think. Wait, if you go to the very first slide.
Yeah, this is the opening position of the game, right?
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure, because I was going to make a joke, because, no, am I just bad at, I think I might be bad. Next slide, if you can.
Okay. Oh,
okay,
wait.
This slide. Yeah, Ute's at the bottom. We're at the bottom. Then we rocket up to 5th place.
Why did we drop to the bottom between the starting thing and the first turn? That makes no sense.
Yeah, we go from last place to 5th place, which I think is one of the largest changes of places alongside the Swedish. And they actually won, so therefore I think we won alongside the Swedish.
Yes, I'm very pro that opinion. I think at the end of the day we did really well, right? Especially if you just look at North America and the conquest of it, we get stopped because of the lack of fleets going into France, but outside of that we've got pretty solid core in there, and oh god, what is happening to my screen right now? But
something's going wrong with the
okay, there we go. Is it working again now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So if you look at this position, it's pretty damn good Ute-Shoshone, Ute-Shoshone, but we kind of got stopped in that we didn't have anywhere else to go, right? We got stalemated on this front. We were too late to North Pacific, but I think if we'd have gone to North Pacific earlier, we wouldn't have had this position in North America. And down south, maybe that was where we needed to be. Maybe we had to move to Gulf of Mexico earlier and get a core off here earlier or something. But I don't... it all feels very difficult to get that expansion in.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of problem that Austria has on this map. In that they can quite often expand quite fast into this area of Europe, and then they get to the coast and they're like, oh, we've got nowhere left to go, right? We're just stuck and we can't get any more dots. Which is something you have to figure out how to get around if you want to win, but I'm pretty happy that we got to the point where that was a problem.
Yeah, we only started making step backwards when Qing was basically unstoppable.
Also,
Yeah,
I'm going to say it's pretty hard to win when only one of your people is carrying so hard. The ability to step up.
I think I did a great job in this game. My negotiations.
Forgetting to support Cherokee. Come on, dude. Right? When one of your partners just drops the ball like that, how do you expect to solo? Nah, you can't solo only half.
I did make some mistakes. I will say I really enjoyed the dynamic of this game where I could just push the blame off to you so often on everything. Chamber.
Yeah, I enjoyed that as well. Just It's not my fault. I don't have to think about the game state for 2 days and 3 days even, or with
Yeah.
retreats.
But no, it's true. Like, I think genuinely. So the other countries that were on the sign up form, you gave me a big list of potential countries, and I put 5 of them in because we had to submit 5, right?
Yeah.
And Shoshone was one of them, right? Poland was another one, which you will see they did not do very well here. The Ottoman Empire was another one of those.
Oh, yeah.
Tokugawa was one of them, and I think the other one was Mughals, who didn't do too badly, right? They did pretty well.
Yeah, Mughals was considered in the surrender vote the year before this.
But I was genuinely terrified that you'd been put on one of those other nations through the early game. I was so glad to see at this point when we finally got to see who our partners were that you were on Shoshone with me. And a big reason why I was worried that you might be on another power was just, I know that you don't play competitive diplomacy, really. You play, like, friendly games with Veilfisk and co. And your moves were genuinely amazing through a lot of this game. Things like ensuring the double in the early game, things like getting the jump on Athabasca when you did. Just generally, there were a lot of small tactical things and getting into certain provinces that I didn't expect that we'd be in that made me think this might be like a... I think I might be on the other side to like a super experienced Imperial Diplomacy player. So then I was looking over here and going, uh-oh, did Chamber just get massacred? But no, it was you the whole time. And like, very, very well done on that.
Oh, thank you. I've got lots of I've been watching lots of tutorials on this channel called Diplo Strat, I think.
Well, thank you.
That's the best advertisement to our channel. If you just keep watching Diplo Strats, you'll end up playing as well as Chamber.
There we go. And hopefully not as badly as me. No,
or as badly as me.
I'm pretty happy with my play in this as well, even though I did make some kind of bad blunders. But
yeah, I probably made mistakes, but I can't quite think of them right now, so I won't bring them up.
Oh, all right.
See,
well,
that's called humility right there, guys.
All right. Chamber, any final thoughts that you had on this game?
I think I've discovered Imp Dip is not exactly for me. I think I prefer the sort of the simplicity of the base thing. I think this one I can understand why people like it. There's a amount of complexity to it that is enjoyable, but I think I like the simplicity of a vanilla map because it was rather stressful. I'm not used to playing over a period of months. I like playing a game that can last, albeit like 6 hours. But getting something that's confined to that space is a lot less taxing, and you're thinking about it almost 24/7.
Yes, especially just having to negotiate with people over that length of time, and this potentially quite a lot of people. Although in our position, it mostly ended up being like 4 or 5 people, right? But when you mentioned this to me in Discord just before we did this as well, right? And I was thinking about it because it's not something I tend to think about as much now. Just it really does take a toll on someone completely new to it sometimes. Just having to be constantly thinking about this for that length of time, right? That is very
Chamber, was this your first long-form game of diplomacy?
No, that would be the other Netherlands game that I played, which
okay.
also didn't go great. Well, no, didn't go great. This one went great.
But notably, the other one was probably for a bit less time that you had to think about it, right? Because if I recall correctly, your Netherlands didn't last all that long.
No, we had a few Foreign Legion troops bumbling about in South America.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, this game lasted. Well, it started in February and it ended like 2 weeks ago, right? So it would have lasted 3 months. That is a long time to be thinking about a game. But yeah, I'm glad you like accepted the offer to do it in the first place and found out it wasn't for you in the process, but did rather well in the process as well.
Yeah,
So,
I won't say I'll never come back to this, but it's just like it's nice to sort of take a break from. It'll be something that I might come back to.
yeah. All right. Well, thank
Maybe
you.
if there's like a
Sorry.
maybe if there's like a three-way severance where somebody is spring, somebody is fall, and I'm winter. I think I could do that.
We can see so many Fleet Miwok Army era pilots. Fantastic.
What if there's a weird way to do the severance where you have like, okay, no, end of video. Sorry, no, I'm not gonna do that.
No, you can make your pitch if you want to. Is it?
Dude,
were
so
you
you need
about
to
to say
have-
like rotate people through different?
Yes, exactly.
phases?
Odd numbers, so that way you talk with a different person on the other team every time.
Oh
Right.
God! I mean, I think I would hate that because you have to be constantly making new relationships, right? But hey, it might be interesting.
Like imp dip diplomacy squared or something.
Oh God!
Severance imp dip diplomacy severance squared or something. Is that what you're suggesting?
That those words sound terrifying to me. But that maybe honestly, I haven't thought about it enough.
Oh God! All right. Well,
You could
yes.
add 5D onto that.
No,
Just for
ending the video there. No 5D.
5D and Conways. I'm just saying, man, there's potential.
Okay, I will actually give a shout out if you if you were interested in Ezio's Conway's game of diplomacy that he demonstrated quite recently. There are some people running an Imperial Conway's game of diplomacy that I think has started, but it might be interesting to spectate. So I'll leave a link to that in the description below. But we're not going anywhere near 5D in that process. It's just Conway's.
It quote unquote just Conways. If you guys remember how much it hurt our brain to look at Conways on the standard diplomacy map, just oh God.
I can't imagine what the high seas provinces would be like because they're adjacent to 1 million
moving
things.
in there, you're just gonna die every
Yeah.
You're just gonna explode, right? But there's the dream of having exactly 3 units in the ocean and nothing adjacent, and then you just spawn everywhere. And like, imagine doing that with South Atlantic Ocean. You probably just win the game on the spot, right?
But then you have to have nothing adjacent to the adjacent things either. That seems difficult.
Exactly. Yeah. Just like it, but just look at it, right? Like, and then if there's nothing adjacent to like North Atlantic Ocean, imagine that. You spawn a Death Star in North Atlantic Ocean.
Oh God.
Anyways.
Anyway, that is irrelevant to this game. Thank you for joining us, Chamber. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you on and to play opposite you in this game.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
All right. That has been Imperial Diplomacy Severance Edition. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time.